Alrighty, we are here with the game of Tormented Souls 2, which I hope will be an enjoyable time, and I hope the game doesn't get too chunky, as I'm looking at my OBS monitoring here. That should be fine. We don't want any upscaling. It will do that. Desync we want on, or not. But for those of you who didn't watch or are unfamiliar with Tormented Souls from the first game, it is a game where we start getting these really weird nightmares and are basically kind of sent to a... Not sent to, because it implies that we went there against our will. We ventured into a sanitarium kind of hospital-like thing where we discovered that there was a not satanic, but a Cthulhu-esque cult that is draping itself in Christian kind of symbolism and whatnot. And it was really weird. In it, we discovered that us and our sister are basically meant to be human sacrifices for the resurrection of some dark god, and we foil them in the 11th hour as the dark god is summoned, though incomplete, and, you know, our sister by that time had turned into a flesh monster, so we had to go back in time and save our sister through a photograph from those things that you used to have where, like, you watched Patty and Selma talk about their vacation along with MacGyver, not MacGyver, which I don't know what that would be, and that thought kind of scares me. But we're going to continue Spooktober until November 11th, Jingo. And November 11th, we will play Conscript to honor the memory of World War I. So we have a bit more time, though I do suspect EU5 will be eating into a lot of our Spooktober time in the future here. So we shall see how many more games we can get through. I definitely want to get through this, but we can definitely do this in Conscript. I do remember it being good. We played the first half on stream, but I never finished it, so we'll probably have to start again from the beginning. And then going from there. I mean, we're playing as the Byzantine Empire for episode 1 of EU5, so, you know, they're in a very spooky position, but I'm hot micing too much. And I will mute for the time being because we have an introductory thing. I checked for Booba. There's no Booba, but there is a racy medical gown, which we'll see. Also, thank you, Blobber. I thought I hit done.
Anna? Anna? Are you okay? What are you drawing?
I don't know.
They just popped in my head. What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong. Or nothing that a stay at a fancy wellness retreat won't fix. Am I right?
Hello. My name is Sister Angelica. Are you Caroline?
Yes. Caroline Walker.
Ah, then this little one must be your sister. Hello, Anna.
Say hello, Anna. Sorry, it takes her a little while to get to know people.
No need to be shy. I don't bite. Come, follow me. I'm here to take you both to the convent. And the crucifix here was carved by a single piece of marble by a local sculptor. Can I just say how very happy I am to finally have you with us? Isabella has told us all about you. Especially you, little one. You are a very special girl.
Anna's been through a lot. It takes her a while to let her guard down with people.
Do not worry. You've come to the right place. We can help her with that. Soon, she will fear nothing. Let's get going. The convent isn't too far now. You can put your luggage in here. You must have had a tiring journey. Why don't you get some rest before dinner?
No, I feel fine. How about you, Anna? Oh, okay. Maybe we could do with a nap.
I'll come back in a few hours and take you to meet the other new arrivals.
Come on, sleepyhead. Lay down here. I'll wake you before dinner time.
This place smells old. You said it was gonna be a bougie little health spa. When can we go back to Canada?
Come on. We're only booked for a short stay, Anna. It'll fly by. Hey, you want to feel better, right? Isabella says the therapists here are second to none. And we trust her, don't we?
I suppose.
Yes, we do. Now come snuggle up here. It's making me feel sleepy just watching you.
Fine.
Alright, and we have controlled the game. Now the game is definitely chunky for some reason. I don't know why. Put everything on medium. So, this game is Chilean. It looks like it fixed it. Yeah, perfect. The game is Chilean, so it might be some influence of, like, the third schism in Christendom. And it is, like, the Greek Orthodox folks met with South American Catholics to declare that, you know, some like a fusion food dish. We have a new fusion version of Christianity with more elder gods. So when I was playing this in my test thing, I did guess correctly where the game wanted us to go. Granted, I guess it does kind of just guide you in that direction. There's not really any room for it otherwise. The game's also very dark on stream view. Oh god, I can't make the game brighter. We'll see how problematic this is.
Hey! That's my sister! Take your hands off her!
Be at peace, both of you. This is a holy place. There must be no violence here.
What are you talking about? We were invited here as guests of Mother Lucia, okay? I don't think she's gonna be too pleased when she finds out how you treated us.
Child, I am Mother Lucia. Now stop struggling, please. You have nothing to fear. We wish only to guide you to your destiny.
Look, I don't know who you think we are, but you're making a mistake.
Oh, we know exactly who you are. There's no mistake. You are Caroline and Anna, the Wildberger twins. And we've been preparing for your arrival here for many years.
Caroline, I'm scared. What's she saying?
Nothing. We're getting out of here.
But you can't leave. Your grandfather Noah swore a covenant. You belong to us.
Please.
Yeah, the whole thing I said at the beginning was not me just being insane again. That was actually the plot of the first game. See, and no booba this time, though also a equally embarrassing kind of medical situation. Hopefully it doesn't end up being we went back in time and did this to ourselves for some reason. Oh god, this is not good though.
I feel sick. What the hell did they do to me? Anna? Where are you? Anna? Can you hear me? Anna!
The protagonist, San, is in her Leon S. Kennedy phase of her life at this point. Oh yeah, no. In the first game, Jingo, she literally fought horrors beyond comprehension. Salvation is in the teachings of the Bible. And it was not a good time, is what I will say. So we have the Bible. Yeah, honestly, I will say my biggest complaint about the plot of the game is after it was an insane priest in the first game that kind of led the way to her family being abused in the way it was. I am deeply surprised that they did it again. They went to the church. But yeah, no. Your sister and you were meant to be blood sacrifices in some procedure that grants wishes, and apparently there was the resurrecting things from the dead angle as well, which was a bit strange. Born love of the book with an embossed depiction of a crucifix, and we get our flower bud key. Iron key with a flower bud shaped bow. I didn't realize this area of a thing was called a bow, which is a little bit odd. But we will use our key and then contemplate getting out. I need to verify there's not any healing equipment here because I thought there was something. Alright. But with that crucifix puzzle, we are in... Welly has no idea what the hell is going on in the game. And I am quite excited. The plot of the first game was good. The final boss battle was kind of bad, but anything in the late stages of it, what do you call it? A Cthulhu game usually does turn out quite bad, so it held up longer than I expected. We have a thing once again calling us out not to be grabbed into the shadows. I wonder... I don't recall if that was a mechanic in the first game, if I'm going to be entirely honest. It... Oh no, it definitely was. We definitely were subsumed into the Shadow Realm if we lasted too long in the darkness. We have the Bibble for some reason that we get to keep. And we don't have the map for this area yet. Honestly, I'm just wondering what they're doing here again. Like, you would assume that it's just one, like, cuckoo banana branch of Catholicism rather than multiple cuckoo banana branches of Catholicism, like, spread across, like, different things. Because, like, you know, I guess speaking of the Gnostics, like, could this be like a Gnostic branch of Christianity? Where isn't their whole shtick where they believe in, like, they have hidden knowledge or something like that? Patient files and medical records. Flyers. We have our saving mechanism, but we don't have any kind of discs to save with yet. Oh, there we go. And the game is kind, so we get 2. Yeah, honestly, I was kind of sad when in the first game it turned out Mr. Priest was evil. And also our grandfather.
A tape recorder. I've used one of these before. I'm gonna record my progress on this machine. And maybe someday, someone will hear this and find out what happened to me. My name is Caroline Walker. I came to this town to find help for my little sister, Anna. She does this thing where she draws terrifying images and somehow they become real. It was all a trap. A huge nun knocked me out, and now they've taken Anna. I woke up looking like a pincushion, stuck with these thick needles. These people are sick. I need to find my sister and get away from here fast. I'm heading to the Lady Chapel, the last place I saw Anna. Maybe I'll find some clue there.
No! Oh. I guess we don't have access to that part of the church for a while. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God hath given thee in the siege, and in the straitness wherein thine enemies shall distress thee. Yeah. You know, candles are expensive. It's the reason why, like, only rich people were allowed, like, candles in olden times. Oh, good God. No, it's the electric lighting that's going out. What the hell happened here? Oh, and that's why we need the pliers. I didn't realize pliers could be used as, wire cutters as well. I thought they were only good for... twisting wires rather than cutting them, though I guess I'm not a wire scientist. Everything is still a little bit goofy on my preview. So we'll cut it down a little bit more, and it looks fine on the stream preview on both OBS and on Twitch, so I think we're fine now. Cutting wires with them requires a PhD in wireology. I guess that's fair. Our friend here got hers after the... part of, like, her training in Canada. We don't have a melee weapon, so we can't use that yet. Though there's some evil crows there, which is kind of disconcerting. Honorary degree at the University of St. Cthulhu. There was a Cthulhu-based city builder, which I was considering having us play as part of Spooky Month, but I decided against it for the time being because... I am uncertain what I want us to do, A, and B, it wasn't reviewed the best, which was unfortunate. Alright, what's Providone? Antiseptic for the treatment of minor pain. I hope we get that mace. I really hope that's one of our melee weapons. Oh god. Assisting Sister Angela. Today, Mother Lucia asked me to assist Sister Angelica with preparations for a medical procedure. I was honored. She told me I was chosen because of all the sisters at the Covenant. I have to study his hands. She asked me to retrieve some needles from the storage room. I was surprised to see we stock such large needles. More surprising was Sister Angelica's appearance. Her skin is cracked, her back is hunched, and her eyes have lost the gleam they had when I was a child. Had it been that long since the last time I saw her? So I think in the first game it was an immortality cult that was the thing that was driving the family to do what they wanted to do. There was definitely something going on with how walking around something 3 times caused it to resurrect itself. So I am curious how much of that is once again at play here. This area is still shut down. Nothing else going on. That monster brutally murdered this nun. I must save Anna. So this is definitely a case of the convent. Everybody in the convent is not evil. There is a subsection of the people in the convent that are evil, that are now making their play for power. Now that the children of prophecy, children of... what do they call it? Children of the stars? Signs? Something are here. Beginner's chess book. There's some lines highlighted. Rooks can move any number of squares. Okay, I know how chess works. Apparently we're going to have another chess puzzle like Heartworm. Heartworm. I do wish that game was a bit better. Again, it wasn't a bad game, but, like, it would have been nice if there was something there about, like, you actually interacting with your grandpa. Given the whole kind of shtick of that game was, like, you go on your quest to find him. And I feel it would be appropriate, given the fact that they, at least in subtle form, did tell you that is who you're interacting with. Alright, so we're on the 4th floor now. There is a puzzle there, which I guess I might have missed. We got the thing in the infirmary. We can't access the bell tower quite yet. We need to get into the Lady Chapel, which is over there. Or over here. Our room was here earlier. Torture museum? Pinochet was the Argentinian dictator, right? Did Chile have a dictator during the 20th century at all? I don't recall their name if they existed. Actually want to go back up to see what I missed. Because, like, I don't know what a torture museum would exist in a convent, other than one that might be talking about, like, the torture during a evil dictator from the early years of the 20s. Oh, that's the phone. During the early years of the, well, I guess the late years of the 20th century. Actually, that would be something to visit. Like, I haven't visited many historical sites in my time, in part due to poverty and in part due to, like, being a shut-in. There's, like, a lot of, like, missions and stuff in the West Coast area. I'd be curious to see about visiting them and to see how evil they are compared to this game. I'm assuming nowhere near as evil, but certainly I'm expecting a Spartan affair. Once again, we have tyrants designed in the statuary there, which is always fun. Alright, so this way towards where Anna was. An elevator. And this is how we change our outfits this game. Actually, kind of like the witch hunter kind of dress we have here, so we'll stick with that. We'll see what else we get in the course of the game. More tape. Save quite yet. Honestly, playing this kind of reminds me of like a concept I wished was kind of explored more in an RPG. That turns on power for the elevator. So I'm gonna guess that Anna's notebook is hinting that we need this device to break down this seal. Also don't know why the game did not like that. Chemicals. The trash can there. We have nails. I did see that one of our weapons this game is going to be a nail gun again. Which served us wonderfully last time, don't get me wrong. But the game does have a way with sinking me into what's going on. Bodies tied in sheets have been dumped in the water. We have painkillers. More trash. Ah. And I guess that door is going to fall down while we're running away. So take a look at the map real quick. So that's locked by the fact that there's a hole in the ground. So we can't get over to the crematorium from here. Probably where we need to go is the workshop then? And we have more ambulatory monsters than we did in the first game, which worries me more than a little bit. Because, oh boy. Can we upgrade it even further? Equip. I thought there was gonna be like a reload option, but I guess not. Oh, there it is. RBA is fire, RBX is run back, RBB is reload. There we go. Really, is there nothing else that we need to do here? Alright. I guess the game just wants us stuck in. Alright, if I recall correctly, there is an auto-aim. By auto-aim, I mean it will track the enemies for us. We don't have to worry about anything going too terribly wrong, which it did. Though, like, so we are in Chile this game. first game, we are in a Canadian manor. So we can have the full What a Mansion energy, though in this game, we're just in Chile. I guess killing Chileans who have, like, been captured and tortured by this monastery for some reason? Just a horrifying fate. Like, at least in the first game, the monsters we then learned were created on accident due to the fact that they were kind of test subjects to create the cure for our mother, who had been infected by some type of a holy, quote-unquote, demonic, quote-unquote, radiation. Which I guess kind of makes sense. If radiation, all it is energy emission out into the universe. Oh, hell yeah, the melee weapon. Oh no, it's a guy in a wheelchair.
Hey. What happened here?
This damn place can bring out the darkness in our hearts.
God. She's dead. Did you do this?
The law of God does not reach down here anymore. It was either her or me. And now, destiny brought you to me.
What are you talking about?
I'm looking for something. A sacred book hidden deep in this rotten place. Maybe you can help me find it.
I can't help you. I have to find a way to get into the chapel. This crazy cult is after my sister, and the chapel is the last place I saw her.
The chapel of Our Lady. Then, your arrival here must be fate. The chapel door has been locked by an ancient enchantment. It is held shut by the cursed souls of sinners, and the only way you'll get through is to exorcise those ghosts and lift the spell. Now, the procedure is written down in the same sacred text that I seek. The book is hidden somewhere in the depths of this prison. Find it for me, and I'll show you how to open the door.
Oh. Well, that's a coincidence. Okay. I'll bite. I'll get you your book.
Excellent. Now, be careful, or this place will kill you.
Alright, that's very interesting. There's something wrong with my display capture, I think. I've been wondering this for a while now, and I didn't think of how I could test it, but this is what my display capture looks like. And this is what I'm seeing. And I now understand now it is actually something wrong rather than just streaming being wrong. Okay, so I don't have any filters. Oh! Okay. Apparently... Yeah, that was exactly it. I was using... Here, I will... I guess I can't do that. But it was RGB 10A2 color space. I was using Rec 2100 PQ. When I switched to SR... So, Rec looks like this. SRBG looks like this. Which is fascinating. Alrighty. But yeah, I really hope Joseph won't be bad guy priest, even though I know for a fact he's going to be a bad guy. I want one of these people not to be a bad guy. I heard that the key to the prison is guarded by a nun of the sect. Find her, and you'll find the key. If you want to unlock the Lady Chapel, you'll bring me that book. The entity that lurks within the Lady Chapel has corrupted that sacred place with demons from the other side. Why are you still here? Now, get me the sacred book. Sadly, we know for a fact our grandpapa is dead. Can we hammer people to death? Yes. Alright. It's time to, slay the damned with our fists of fury. Not as good as the crowbar, though, regrettably. Did we get another melee weapon in the first game, or is it just, Do you want me to put up a bet for this, Rusty? Because I can. And this game's new enough, it might be difficult to, figure out. Oh my god. You want to see the last time we actually had a prediction? This was our last prediction. Does anyone want to guess what this is? Does anyone remember what game this is from? Not Tormented Souls 1. I wish there were that many characters alive in Tormented Souls 1. It's okay if you don't. So what this prediction is from is indeed Alone in the Dark, Rusty. That game that was our inauguration back into streaming, I think. I wasn't planning on beating it today, though. How long? What's the how long to beat for Tormented Souls 2? How long to beat Tormented Souls 2? 11 hours? That'd be 1 p.m. We'll probably split it into 2 streams, and we'll run the poll at the beginning of the second stream if someone reminds me. We'll probably do the second stream tomorrow. Which will be funny because Jake will be playing Tormented Souls 1 tomorrow. Someone has hidden a body under a pile of coal. That's also... Can a person's skin get darkened like that by just having coal put on it? Because it almost looks like... It's like someone created, like... Someone was, like, inked over. It's like... That's like Panther Black. If you want to save your sister, bring me that book. No, Jake's just getting early access because, it's Jake. EU5 is out. Wait, do we get early access to EU5 if we pre-order it? Consumer, you're goddamn right. I paid for early access for Silent Hill F, a game that I only moderately enjoyed. If I could pay for early access for EU5, a game that I already know that I'm going to like, I would consider it. I don't have to pay like $20 extra. Because I didn't have to do that for, what do you call it? I didn't have to do it for, Silent Hill F. I'm not gonna do that for Paradox, even though I'm gonna spend much more time in Paradox. Yeah. Alright, so the Premium Edition only gives you 3 DLC. Which I guess I'll do because I will probably be playing the game for that amount of time. Fuck yeah, I would, Strudel. I spent my money on stupider things. Because the calculus for me is not, like, anything more complicated, is do I value having this more than a DoorDash order? If I value it more than a DoorDash order for, like, some meal, then I'll get it. If I value it less than a DoorDash order, I won't. Well, like, let's treat it in economic terms here. Currently, like, because I have more money again, I think of things more in the scope of time preference rather than the other economic consideration whose name I don't recall. Forget the McDonald's index, it's the DoorDash index now. I mean, yeah. If the shoe fits, the shoe fits, baby. So we just got a hammer. What else do we do with the hammer? Are we going to, like, hammer Jesus to death? I mean, I won't deny, I DoorDashed a burger to my house today as soon as I woke up because, like, I didn't feel like moving. After I woke up like the dead after sleeping for like 12 hours. God, I love sleeping. Skeletal remains in the casket. Here rest the Myers sisters, patrons of the children. Statue depicts a young woman sheltering young children. What? What is going on here? Sleeping is indeed pretty pog. That is true. I've never had a Bezos adjacent dream. North Corridor. Did I satisfactorily explore the bottom? Did I get all up in there in the bottom land? No, I didn't. Well, I couldn't access it here. I am not Strudel, one of the 30,000 layoff. Well, let me check my phone. I heard some people were fired via text. Nope, the only text I have is from a friend of mine, which we were talking about unfortunate subject matter. That is true. No, from what I was reading, they're giving people... It's not like an immediate firing for some people. For a lot of folks, it is like, hey, we need to fire you from this role, but we're not firing you from the company. So you have, like, time to search for a new role. But like I was saying earlier, my department is currently growing, and it would be baffling if we were to fire anyone for any other reason than you're not up to standard. Which we have had a couple of people in our department fired because they're idiots. Well, not idiots, but we're not performing satisfactorily. Which was... I can understand the perspective of. One of them I'm sad about because he was a sweetheart. The other one, the person was deeply unpleasant. And I don't understand why they thought it was a good idea to comport themselves in that matter. Why is it telling us about... I'm excited for the chess puzzle as well. I hope it's a little bit more complicated than the last one we had. But... I need to use something here. Flyers? The Bible? No. So it's a well-used desk. Well-worn statue. This is the infirmary where we began the game in. We've already explored over here. There's nothing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Granted, I suppose that's the story of my life, but... there's some puzzling here that needs more elucidation. It's not like we can burst the statue of the Mother Superior here. But to go back to a thought earlier about energy emission, like if we're living in like a timeline where there's like holy energy, not holy energy, and all that jazz, like how does that kind of work, you think? Oh, we actually can't go higher. Like... Doom is about demons coming into the material plane because of some greedy corporate folks doing the thing. 4 singers climbed to the highest point of the hill. One by one, they raised their powerful voices to the wind. First, Victor broke the silence in the valley by setting the tone with his impeccable voice. Victor Valley... Big Joe, the one with the deepest voice of the 4, he was followed by little brother... Little Claudio with the highest pitch voice of them all. Elias raised his voice. Almost as deep as Big Joe's, the voice of the 4 singing together shattered the silence of the entire valley. So presumably it's which statue we're going to hit. Alright, so... unknown... biggest... smallest... second largest. So that looks like it's the biggest statue. That looks like it's the littlest statue. So it is... we have a Temu shotgun available to us very early this time. Oh, I'm sure that's not going to be a bad portent. What did I say about bad portent? Let's try actually fighting him. Alright, what I've learned this time is that the hammer is not as effective as I would like. Sad. I don't know. The mechanical nature of, like, fantasy realms is something that eternally befuddles me, and I wish we had more kind of information on. Like, I was thinking about this in regards to Anbanar, actually, because we have the Vicky 3 kind of version of Anbanar out now, and what I really want to know is, like, what year in-game, in, like, the kind of universe that they established there, will people be back at the kind of technological level of advancement as the precursor elves? Because I feel by the end of the Victorian era in that universe, you're actually pretty close to being there. I mean, they were able to make the Mechanum, which you can do again in Vicky 3's timeline. The only things that kind of feel that are missing are the interdimensional portal creation or whatnot. So it feels by the time of, like, World War II or like the Cold War equivalent of that world, you'll be fully able to do what the elders had wrought. Which I guess in a sense the whole setting is as if, like, they got knocked back to the Stone Age. It was the hammer I needed. Copy. Pre-saves. We'll take a save right now. Yeah, it's the advanced technology we have available to us, Rusty. It's either that or Chilean locks are just that bad. I want this one. I do like the kind of red.
door to the Lady Chapel is sealed by what looks like some magic spell. I can't get in. I met a strange old man who says he can help me if I find some book for him. He gives me a bad feeling, though. I don't think I trust him. But if there's even a chance he'll help me get that door open, I have to try.
That is true. If we didn't save our sister in the prequel, we would have a much less of a game here. Mother Lucia asked me personally to take charge of preparations for the illustrious ceremony in the Lady Chapel. Everything must be immaculate for our final ascension. The day has finally come, sisters. We have waited so long and have witnessed so much cruelty and sin, but at last God will send his beautiful angels to retrieve us, and he will welcome us into his kingdom. Only us, the chosen ones. All the years we have toiled to please the Lord shall bear fruit. We shall inherit the kingdom of heaven. We will sing by his side to praise his name for all eternity. What is the ... for, Rusty? I was agreeing with you. Like, if small child didn't exist, or if we just got the not best ending in the first game. Oh my god, I forgot that. You're right. Just Canadian locks use the better steel. Like, oh hey buddy. I don't want to use the shotgun because we only have 3 shells, so I guess we'll use... If only we, you know, I'd like to continue even further. If we had the lockpicking lawyer on our side, the game would have been even shorter. Can I dodge? Oh my god, I can. Actually, no, maybe we can actually do melee properly. Oh my god. Yeah, we have to not use melee. Though, I'm worried that we'll have to actually get good in regards to melee attacks and whatnot. Something launched in the skull of the amputated corpse, but I can't reach it. Ugh. Oh. There's nothing left to do here. Okay, I guess that works. Yeah, that is a fair point. A lot of Cthulhu people are afraid of, like, getting hammered to death. Which I guess is kind of a primal fear, because, like, if you look at it historically, when you're dealing against an armored foe, you want to use, like, hammers and the like, otherwise known as maces. Oh, you mean the lockpicking lawyer? I mean him too. Also the lockpicking lawyer with a... hammer would be terrifying. That is one of my favorite memes I've seen on YouTube is lockpicking lawyer here who has access to, like, I don't know, you're like Kim Jong-un and you have like an oopsie whoopsie going on in your country, which is what dictators call like the beginnings of rebellions, and like, you know, as part of that, you are a door I have not interacted with, I see. You're hiding in like your Jim Jong-un bunker, and like you're just there batting your nails, drinking your soju or whatever like the preferred North Korean alcohol is, and then you just start hearing the lockpicking lawyer break in. Or, hey guy, hey, it's the lockpicking lawyer here, and today we're opening up a, oh dear god, a Cerritos Mark V type bunker, and then whatnot. How do I do this? Well, I guess we just get ass on air. There we go. Click on 2. 3 is binding, exactly, C-Fusion. Sister Catalina, the prison jailer, has allowed herself to be seduced by evil. Joseph, that disgusting old man, manipulated her into releasing him from his cell. Released! The man was sentenced to death. Sister Catalina later accepted responsibility for her faults and claimed to be repentant. Mother Lucia has, of course, ordered her to receive 100 lashes and 2 days in the freezer. Mother Lucia delivered her sentence with her usual brilliance. She said, "If your heart is pure and you are truly repentant, God, in his infinite mercy, will help you uncover your body with his spirit. Your flesh will not freeze, and you will emerge from the freezer unharmed. In truth, no sister who has been punished in the freezer has survived. You must walk in the path of the Lord and turn away from sin. For those who shall face judgment, the Lord bless you, sister." That's not worrisome at all. Put you there. You there. I feel a hammer is a bottom activity, and you can go right. So where do we go from here? We're going down, down, down into the museum's first floor, that way. Where's that going up? You down or up? You're down. Old piano looks like it's been touched in a long time. Got more nails. What I'm wondering is if there is a... Pins are holding it in place. Hello, Avenue. How are you doing today? Human remains. The flesh looks recently removed. I mean, it's... The thing that I am perplexed by, which is kind of stunting my speech a bit here. Oh, googly moogly. Is like how this all relates to the first game. Because what weirds me out is I thought we were done with this nonsense because, like, how many Eldritch Gods do you just have, like, sitting down everywhere, right? Because we killed the one that was... causing mischief in Canada. Yeah, I agree. I hope this is a good game. Oh, I say that, but that monster right there does not sit right with me. It's an acid spitter. Well, I guess I was wondering how... that, dude died. Because he was melted from an acid storm. So I guess this does make sense, but... I don't know. I just hope we get more ammo in this game than we do in the first game, because... it feels like there are more creatures that are... not available to be crowbarred to death than there are in the first game, which will mean I'll have to run away like little Babby a lot more. Which I guess is fine. Right. Do we have to saw off her hand? I doubt it. Probably hammer her because she's frozen. No. Spoiled food has been discarded due to rot. Unwashed dishes are a feast for wiggling maggots. Old freezer. The monsters make less sense in the context of this game too, because in the first game the monsters were a byproduct of our father experimenting on people in an attempt to find a cure to the radiation poisoning that was beset upon our mother. Here, like, I'm very curious, like, what justification we're going to have for... various creatures of the night being used against us. Heat is emitting from the stove, so we need to boil something? So west corridor leads over there. No, we're going into the reflectory, which will go to the calefactory. And from there, we have the chapter house, and we get back into the north corridor. I will say, Daymare 1988 that Jake was playing the other day, I very much like the look of, and we might try and play that... Oh, hey there, buddy. Before the end of Spookmas. It looked like the right amount of schlock that is appropriate for the season, and I didn't watch more than 30 minutes of it because I was kind of sold on how terrible-tastic it was within that time. So we can destroy it, but we can't destroy it. Yeah, it didn't look that good. I'm curious, but the thing is, like, I pride myself on being able to find something to like in most game concepts. Yeah, the weekly one-shot with the Greek things that drove Jake batty. I'm debating whether or not I want to do it this year or save it for next year, though. Or, you know, just do it whenever the hell I want in the intervening time, because, as I want to say, it's always spooky season. Okay, we have full heal. All I know is I don't imagine Madison will go well for Jake. I can't see him enjoying that. Alright, so we're back over there. We need a thing to get in there. We have no ability to get there. The west corridor we can't access yet. So our puzzle options have expanded moderately, but, like, as have the questions. So that's all cleared. This I figured we'd just be able to hammer off, but the game won't let us. And I don't hear any, like, clunking. So I'm going to guess we need to set something there specifically? Or maybe it's... No, it's not use. So I guess we just don't have the item we need yet. The kitchen, there are two puzzles. There's one that requires a thing to be heated up. There's the hand, which I'm gonna guess is the lady's hand that we'll have to chop off somehow. Ladies' Chapel, we need to get in the prison for, which we can't. West Corridor will allow us to get up to the second floor into the dormitory, so I actually don't know what we need to do. Sing from the animal parts is overpowering. If I were to make a guess, we need to cut off the woman's hand and then place the hand on the furnace to get what we need to get out of it. The question is, like, how do we cut her hand off? I have what I suspect to be the piece we need over here. When I say over here, I mean over here. Which we need something to interact with the hands there, which isn't the hammer. It isn't the handsaw blade. So... honestly, what it kind of looked like is there was a... it was what the lady was holding. I guess we didn't go downstairs yet. Which I'm happy I walked over here for. Okay, we just got some healing. Door is unlocked, and that leads to... there. Let's go talk to the old man again. The old man might have an idea of where we may need to go. You know, I'm not well versed at navigating missionaries full of unspoken horrors, but apparently I'm not doing anywhere near as good of a job as I'd like. We'll say another thing that's befuddling me here is why is it that lady nuns are turned into the kind of spider doll monsters, and men are turned into the other type? They're gendered, which makes me think that there's a reason for it, but I don't know why. If you want to save your sister, bring me that book. They say the key to the prison is guarded by the nun of the sect. Find her, and you will find the key. Nun of the sect. The prison isn't on the map, but it is probably here. Can excuse human sacrifices, but not the sexism. True. We're all about equality in Welly Chat. The equality to be worked to the death in the mines. True Vicky 3 gameplay right there. I'm trying to consider what occurred in the first game that might be relevant here. So there was, to couch things in the world of Control, or the Federal Bureau of Control, there was a place of power that was a that can be used in some type of quote-unquote resurrection ritual. Based off of what we saw in the lore and what we observed firsthand, it's not like they're true resed. They're pet cemetery resed, where we have to use my favorite phrase, sometimes dead is better. Which is fine. But that then kind of begs the question, yeah, you're not where I want to go. I guess it's not begging the question, it's more of a matter of, like, they viewed what was being done there as, like, good and okay, because it allowed them to do something, right? Get closer to their dark god, or, you know, enjoy a Tesco's meal deal in a more adequate sense. Chessboard mat. LX. L plus X. Oh. So, knight plus bishop times. What? No, okay, so it's knight, rook, bishop, queen, king, and pawn, I suppose. And then knight again. Which I'm going to guess is used in the library somewhere, because that is where we have the information regarding the chess pieces. And to be entirely honest, this is the only place we have an interactable right now. And thank you, Agros. We figured it out about the same time. See, that sting right there where it's like, nah, really bugs me, because in the first game, that indicated we're going to be attacked by, I guess what we learned is our sister. And hello, I hope you're having a lovely day. I must remember where chess is. That tells us what the moves are, not how they can be used. Is it the phonograph here? So it bugs me that we still have the crucifix here to be used. I can't take it apart. So we can't use this here. There might be something to do with that there. And that's not a locked door, so we can't do anything with that. That's a locked door, but it's not a keycard lock, or a key lock. I guess what we're missing from that is a dial of some sorts. Because, like, if I recall correctly, the old rotary telephones were used by plugging your finger into a slot and then just turning it around, right? So, like, that doesn't have it, so we would need, like, some dial. But it doesn't have anything that would indicate that we could use the not king, but the chessboard information on it. Nor is there anything else in here that I can see that would need a chessboard information on it, so it's not here, apparently. Oh my god, look at their thighs! Jesus, that's a bit excessive. Like, beyond gym bro level of thighs. I mean, the souls aren't tormented. The player character is a bit tormented, though, I will say. I'm just perplexed at, like, the gym bro abilities of the cast and crew I'm seeing around. I guess in a sense it's evil Wellington objectifying statues. Forgetting that it is once again 2025 and we shouldn't do that. That's more stuff about twins being dead. That is true. I mean, leg day is the most important day when you're in a death cult, cause like, you know, you gotta carry around a lot of dead bodies. And as you're carrying around dead bodies, in order to not have a hernia to increase the health costs of our beloved cult, you have to have strong thighs. And I guess, in a sense, save yourself so you're not sent to the Shadow Realm. And no, they're literal objects, though, but it's still not proper to send the literal objects into the Shadow Realm like that. Oh, that's the thing that fell from the library. It was a thing that we can't interact with. For some reason. Yeah, we're proper innocent people here, would never do anything untoward to any man, woman, or object. That just leaves you open to someone questioning you about horrifying things. So we have saved. So, like, I guess we'll try using other weapons here. We'll try the shotgun next. That didn't work. Okay, so if that doesn't work, what other resources do we have available to us? It's not even as if I can be a goblin and look it up online, because the game is way too new. I mean, we could do the antithesis of every neat everywhere and go outside and touch grass again, which I guess we will do. Because I guess there are some things we missed in here in the potted plants of the world. We're getting a very generous number of shotgun shells, which I'm very quite happy about. What else do we have available to us, though? There has to be something I'm missing. We have... that needs some type of plate. That needs something to melt. That needs something to chop it off. That needs a magic book. That needs what I think is in her hand. And potentially this item here. I guess it's her hand that we need. I'm welcome to any suggestions if anyone has anywhere they'd like me to look. For now, I guess I'll just be futzing around and giving everywhere a once-over again, which doesn't feel like the correct thing to do, but it is the only thing of any level of sensibility that we have left to do. Did I look at the desk? So I'm going to assume that there's some fetus monster at the bottom of the church, just like there was at the end of the first game. That would make the most sense. Can't use the Bible. Can't use the pliers. I'd like to use the handsaw blade, but it's not complete, so I doubt it'll let us use it. I stand by I should be able to use the hammer here, because the flesh should be hard enough, or brittle enough, that it should work on. That turns off the lights. Does that also turn off the refrigeration of the fridge? Doubt it. It would also take far too long, and that was kind of a mechanic that was used in the first game where we were able to manipulate time to go backwards and forwards to achieve our desired results. And we have already gone back and looked everything on this floor and the floor above. I suspected we had already done so in the basement as well. Maybe there's something I'm missing. So I guess we'll take the basement elevator down and see what's down there. We really don't have any other means available to us to look elsewhere. Anything in here? No. I mean, honestly, conventionally, what we'd be looking for is a alpha numeric or just alpha lock that has the letter combinations we're looking for. We can't jump over there. Scrap metal, nothing I can use. That leads to where we have been. That leads to the priest. Happy we came back over here to grab nails, but it's also not what we need. Maybe there's something in the workshop we missed? And that leads back into the loop. Crematorium is where Old Man is. We know there's nothing in there. That's where we got the hammer. We need to get into the museum, which is here, to do anything. Which tells me it has to be the museum that has what we need. I was kind of expecting there would be a thing here. Can't use that. Might need to use something here. Not the pliers. You know what? I didn't examine the saw blade. Maybe there's something that we were looking at earlier that had handsaw components in it, or would be suitable for handsaw components. Can, like, I combine it with anything? No. You know, one place we haven't looked at again is the infirmary we started the game in, and if there was a place, you know, that would use a handsaw, would be a medical instrument room, right? And that is the only thing that would make sense. The other thing that would make sense is if we could grab, like, a kind of sharp butcher's knife and then hack apart the nun's hand that way. But sadly, we're not playing Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, and we have to use the moon logic available to us in the game in order to progress. Rather than grabbing a tasty steakum steak knife and go to town that way. For some reason, the library just felt a hell of a lot more ominous, too. There's also the other save area on the second floor that we could probably take a look at as well. We have your little black book Bible. That just tells us how to save. What is this for? Is this like to examine a child? Or is that just missing like half the apparatus? We're still clear. Nothing here. That's a gynecologist chair? That's what I was thinking, but it only has one gynecology spot. I would have thought that it would have another leg position thing for... I don't want to say the spreading out one has to do, but I guess it is kind of the spreading out one has to do when you're visiting the doctor for that purpose. Nothing here I could use. Bed's dirty. We have a cross there. Can't move anything here. There's a door there. I guess it's just the one we've previously used. I'm actually kind of sad that there's nothing here we can use for the rest of the handsaw. Probably should have figured as much given the fact there's nothing on the map, but... it certainly does befuddle me a bit here. And there's the Mother Superior statue, which we can't access. And we're back into the bell tower, which is fine, but we've already cleared out the bell tower. We got the shotgun from the steeple, so there's nothing else up there, though we will take a look again, just for the sake of paranoia, if nothing else. We looked in the workshop again, there was nothing in there either that kind of hinted towards having a handle available to us. I mean, honestly, I feel like a handsaw without the handle, while cumbersome to use, would still be usable for the purposes of cutting a frozen person's hand off. Oh, no, I'm an idiot. That's what's going on. What I think we have to do is we need to heat up the handsaw. Then we use it to cut off the lady's hand. I think I understand now. Or at least I hope I do. I don't know if I tried that earlier. I guess we're going to find out in a second here. And we need to go one more down. Yeah, I mean, I'm just a silly Billy thinking that we could use a room temperature bone saw to cut bones. I mean, it's totally not even designed for that. Okay, no, I was not a silly Billy. That doesn't work. Can we burn the Bible? Can't burn the Bible. Can't use the hammer. Alright. I might have brute forced that earlier, Dan. Still, I think I'm correct in my initial assumption that the heat is meant to melt the hand more so than anything else. What do we do here? Exactly, Avenue. We're doing the cosmic. What do you call it? The cosmic knives from Fallout New Vegas. Alright. We need to consider things, everything we have available, and what we know the solutions needed are. This needs the magic book from the prison. That's what we looked for, Avenue, and there's one item that I suspected it might be, but we need another item to access it. This needs the magic book. This needs a sigil from somewhere. That we have access to. This area is where we got the handsaw blade. This is the item that I think we need to open this door. This is the object I think we need to get that item. There's nothing on the basement. We searched the workshop. We searched the hallway. This has water blocking it, so we have to go through the museum to get to the torture museum. And we searched the entirety of the second floor again. What we got as we came through here was a chessboard mat, which has this puzzle on it, which is K, R, Knight, Rook, Bishop, Queen, King, Pawn, Knight. Which is presumably a puzzle for a 6-digit alphanumeric lock, but we haven't seen one of those yet. And we got that in here. That's a telephone. Right there. I wish I could call in a hint from the game right now. Where's my Sega help guide? Is there anything else I'm missing in here? That's just the light. I mean, maybe if we leave the light off and then do another lap around, maybe the hand will have light into lit bit? Yeah, I miss Best too. I think they also changed the voice actresses on us because I thought this was like Nancy Drew. The same VA as Nancy Drew for the lady we're playing as here, but alas, apparently not. This also won't allow us to hammer the door to death, which is deeply tragic. I mean, sometimes you just have a need in your heart to hammer an easily destroyed brick wall to death that the game hints that you can, but provide no means or mechanism to do so. This is just the Last Supper. Hmm. Alright, the answer was I missed that. And there's the handsaw frame. Okay. See? I was confident that we had touched that previously, but I'll accept that. I don't even know what to say either, Avenue. It's the hidden pixel of not spamming A. You see, what I was doing previously is I was just shoving my nose into everything. What I should have been doing is shove my nose into everything and pressing A. You have a frozen hand. So basically, I figured out the rest of the puzzle. Oh, can you not leave the human hand on there? That's gonna smell really bad soon, lady. Alright. Alright, what was it that we determined? It was knight... bishop... Knight, rook, bishop, queen. You know what, let me just write this goddamn down. Oh no, where's my pencil? Okay. I will type a chat message. K, R, B, Q, K, P, K. Alright. Examine. So it is knight, rook, bishop, queen, king, pawn, and we get the crown key, which is the key to the mysterious room downstairs, I think? Not here, but I think it is not there. Here. I mean, I guess I won't save because we've actually done very little in the time that we've played. And we know exactly what we need to do next, so we Gucci. And I'm gonna guess we're gonna fight Big Lady Nun. Oh dear. Was it Muammar Gaddafi that got hammered to death, or did he just get hit with a pipe? Because there was a dictator, if I recall correctly, that was shadow realmed by a hammer, I think. It's hard to keep track of dictator lore, because there's a lot of silly things that they've done historically. Like, there's that one guy who decided that he wanted an entire island made out of marshmallows. So he basically tasked an entire island's worth of people to make the Marshmallow Island, and then he died because he sank into the marshmallow pit. Truly a horrifying way to go, just drowning in a sea of marshmallow that's been heated up by a Oh, that actually got me. Okay. And it's another bunker-like room, which we saw in the first game, which indicates that it is... I don't want to say weird champ time, but there's going to be some weird thing going on that the cult is working on. And they said that there's a nun in here that we need to be worried about. Now, this is also making me want to play Oblivion again. First, I get the brain rot for Morrowind Desire, then I get the brain rot for Oblivion Desire. You know what, maybe I should do the next long play, have Oblivion, Morrowind... Actually, no, that wouldn't be good to put Oblivion or Morrowind on there, because that's like the legally confirmed Pope of long plays right now. Where Victoria 3 and the Mega Campaign in general, I am still standing by the anti-Pope. We are back to the Pope anti-Pope thing, mainly because I feel it would be rude to hold a long play Pope for Morrowind again when Morrowind is the legally confirmed long play candidate. Okay, video game, don't do this. I just burned through our entire health bar right there. I will say, one thing that I will say is less enjoyable about this game compared to the first game is there is no kind of enemy that you can fight effectively with a melee weapon, I feel. That could just be a matter of me being bad, which I'm always happy to say. But it's putting us in a very awkward situation here. To unlock the cell, first ensure the selector on the panel are properly set, then pull the lever over the pit. How do we do the selector? Oh yeah, there's definitely something down there. So what we need is that shape. Which, how do we do that? We need that. Not actually that. That's fine. Not this. I'm going to assume this is additive. So we want to have it so the correct thing is... Oh god, what is this? First, ensure the selector on the panel are properly set, then pull the lever over the pit. We need the shape to reflect that. What's over here? Jailer's room? At least it's a safe area. We have more recording tape. We have Black Blood, Sister Angelica's notepad. The Black Phoenix experiment has yielded an interesting result. The most peculiar blood sample. It is a deep black and exudes a foul smell. Though that is not what shocked me the most. Under microscope, the blood cells have nuclei. Blood cells do not have nuclei. That is not all. They are surrounded by thousands of mitochondria and behave in a way that I've never seen in all my years of study. The radiation emanating from the sample is implausible. The numbers are off the charts. It is much more radioactive than enriched uranium. To reduce the risk of exposure, we've only been handling microsamples. Mother Lucia also provided us with a serum that counteracts the serums of exposure. Where'd she get such a thing? I'm concerned about the long-term effects this may have on our team and our equipment. Indeed. The powerhouse of the blood cell. No, I was really hoping we were going to get more healing in here than anything else there, bud. Oh my god, she's so big! Oh, and Sister Angelica is Big Lady Nun. Because she's been effectively dosing herself with super serum. Yeah. I'm not even talking about statues there, Wick. Quite literally, the nun, the super nun at the beginning of the game that kind of pinned us down was Big Lady Nun. I'm also gonna move chat. Chat I have deemed is in a suboptimal place now. I desire chat to be here. Okay, well... I guess we'll go balls to the wall there and just figure out what the hell's going on. Can we segue into something more pressing? What's more pressing, Avenue? Because I feel the fact that Big Lady Nun, who is like 9 feet tall, and is probably going to be the boss of this segment, is extraordinarily pressing. I did 20 years in the can. Oh my god. I need to finish watching The Sopranos. I must have been hell on his hemorrhoids. I only got as far as main character, one of the main characters dying. Because the actor died in real life. Which I think is season 3, season 4. But the whole episode where the therapist had the incident and the moral the writers took away from that made me just kind of like, ooh. It was, as the kids say, a little weird, champ. Is there something I'm missing here? Or is this like some weird kind of electrical circuit? Because we know this is what we need. And it's not like I can just turn any one of them off. I can't use this on the circuit, nor can I use the pliers. Nor can I use the super hammer. Both of these shapes are undesirable for what we want. I suspect, at least. So I understand the puzzle to work like adding or subtracting a signal to a sine wave. So we need to add these up such that we get the image on the left here. I suppose. Maybe. So if we have dark here and dark here, so if we already have the bottom dark, we don't have to worry about this one. This preserves the top right area. So then... this one I'm uncertain about. This one I'm uncertain about. I mean, we saved, we can see what happens when we do that. I should have gone to the gym lately, but I have not. What has you asking, Agaris? Do I sound winded while sitting down? Because that would be understandable. We may need to use some brute force. Yeah. That's probably not wrong. I'm impressed that you were able to make that shape, Wick. I remembered it being part of Unicode. Yeah. If it works, it works. Alright, much like vibe coding, we're going to have to vibe our way through this. This makes me feel right, that makes me feel right. I'm iffy on this, I'm iffy on the other three. This I feel can be constructed into the shape we want. Now that I think about it, maybe these aren't exactly the way they're already angled. Blank is even better. They did add a Pac-Man the Unicode. Oh god, that... On Twitch, that comes off as like a... That's really weird. I don't know, the vibes tell me that's the correct way. Alright, I think we did something right. Even if it might backfire splendidly. Oh god, we only have... Alright, buddy, I know you were about to break out. Come on, just break out already. I mean, I guess this works. I still don't know... Okay, apparently vibe coding is the way of the future, is what this puzzle has taught me. Skeleton's far too big to be that of a regular person. Light enough to move. Oh, I sure am excited about that one. Oh, no, 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 no. Phone book page. We have 104 dash. So, to anyone else, does what I set the solution as make sense to you? We'll take a look at it in the end, so that way I can mark it down in case we die, because I feel it's too soon for us to save yet again. Okay, never mind. I guess we're just leaving it at vibe coding is the way of the future and then going from there. Two. Oh no, I was hoping there was some loot in here. Oh. So I'm going to guess they found, like, another fetus monster, based off of what is kind of indicated here, and it is irradiating the people of the church, but they seem to have... Moderately better containment practices is what I'm going to say. Oh, I hate this with every fiber in my goddamn being. That feels like the way that I need to go. If I take that, I'm going to assume it's going to trigger the boss battle. No. Wonder how long these bodies have been in this horrible place. It is nice, especially when it's done well. In this game, or in this franchise, I feel it is done fairly well. Like, they have an art direction, they know exactly what they want you to see at any given time, and it's on them to figure out how to code it so that it works. It's good. Mother Lucia's diary, no need for haste. Some mistakes require time to be rectified. The Wildeberger sisters are coming. I can feel Nautilus radiating more intense, malevolent energy as he senses their approach. Worry not for haste, Nautilus. All will come to be in due time. Old sack jars are emanating a nauseating smell. Let me make sure the shotgun's loaded. I'm really happy I checked that. Alrighty. We have the classic catacombs administrations going on here. Oh, why? It's the Necronomicon! Oh. Is it just the... So what I'm wondering is, if I didn't put the Bible there, would it be going fast? I suspect it'd be going fast. No. Well, I was wondering what we were going to use the Bible for, and apparently the answer for that is just that. Oh god. Is Mr. Men here because I took too long? Indeed, oh lord, he comin'. I don't feel like fighting these guys, so I will not. Unless I'm forced to because Big Lady appears. And survey says no, Big Lady does not appear, so we're safe! All we get to do is... kind of question things. I feel that we have done enough that it justifies our saving now. As we will take a look at the Necronomicon. Which we can also use. Is totally not just horrifying at all. Okay. Well, I guess the game isn't awfully cruel about that, so I don't mind, but why the Necronomicon? Why is that the device that is needed here for our narrative experience? Is Old Man this way? I think Old Man is this way.
I see you found a book. Give it to me now.
Take it. I don't want to hold it a second longer. This thing's cursed.
It is the holiest of books. You have no idea how powerful it is. The ancient secrets contained in these pages will allow me to speak with the dead. I can bring back the dead from hell itself.
Hey, we had an agreement. Remember?
Yes. You wanted to open the chapel so you could find your sister. Oh, yes. Here it is. I see. It's a powerful curse protecting the chapel door. Someone has gone to a lot of trouble to secure it. It says here, the only way to lift that curse is using the tears of a saint.
Where am I supposed to find the tears of a saint? Do they even exist, or is your book talking in riddles?
Oh, they exist. I can assure you. Although not necessarily in this world.
What do you mean?
In the convent, there is a museum where I used to study. It is a very quiet place. In there, you will find a statue. The statue of Santa Teresita. Legend has it that the statue has on occasion been seen to cry tears of blood. Maybe you should take a look. Take this. It's my key to the museum door. Now go. I have some reading to attend to.
I still choose to believe that this guy isn't gonna be a surprise bad guy. I mean, just look at him. So long as he's not, like, brought back to, like, young man status, which is what usually happens when he is actually the bad guy, he's not the bad guy. And I'll be rewarded for believing in Old Man not being big villain. Wellington the Faithful, they would say. Because he held the faith that Old Man was not evil man. Old Man running the world. Yeah. Not really even a puzzle. I'm just guessing and checking. Please, video game, give me more resources. We have a nice lady seeing that her future is leading to death. That's not unreassuring. Yeah, I did. I did have the information I need. Old museum, the statue is significantly damaged. Brazen Bull of Phalaris, 16th century painting by for... is one of the oldest known methods of torture in the world. is placed inside the bronze bowl. The fire is lit beneath them. The screams of the victim while they burned alive were billows from a beast. Yeah. Saint Sister Miriam's diary. Alright. Sister Inquisitor. As I was returning to my chamber last night, I crossed paths with the Sister Inquisitor. She rarely shows herself in the convent, but when she does, she always heads to the Museum of Torture, only to disappear for days as if vanishing by some blasphemous act of magic. She was walking towards me wearing that dreadful rotting hood that she uses to cover her face. I hurried past, of course. I couldn't avoid the stench of her breath. That woman reeked of rot. It seeped through the filthy fabric and struck me square in the face. I barely managed to hold down my supper. This must be a reminder. I must stay on the Lord's path. If I conduct myself with proper decorum and do nothing to anger God or Mother Sister Lucia, perhaps I'll never have to come face to face with Sister Inquisitor again. Alright, so Sister Inquisitor, Sister Angelica, who I suspect is the Sister Inquisitor, given the fact that she dosed herself with infinite amounts of super soldier venom. So we need something that attaches to a stone scroll. Oh god, there's just blood. Evocative painting, Holy Spirit. And there's nothing over there. So I do appreciate that. Oh boy. Iron Maiden appears to have been used recently. More shotgun shells. And that's how we use the other door. One of these ladies is going to be alive. I'd be very displeased when I realize that. Alright, so we're in the Torture Museum now. We can get back into the basement. And there's the weapons that were from earlier. Which is probably a sign that the thing from the Saint is in here, maybe? Maybe? The rack, approximately 16th century, most popular torture device, used the winch system to slowly stretch the victim. Ended in dislocation or in dismemberment of the upper and lower limbs. A dead body is tied to the rack. Death by sawing. Approximate 19th century, victim, torture method, hanging up down. Legs held open, elongated saw was used to cut the victim to their stomach. The victim would stay conscious during the process as oxygen continued to be supplied to the brain, thus they would often be in excruciating pain until death. It was a cruel way to die. The hanging cage. Victims of the cage torture were usually imprisoned naked in a suspended cage. They were commonly found in public places as a deterrent for the populace. Not only was the act humiliating, but the victims usually spent weeks without food or drink. Most died from malnutrition or illness. Well, that's awfully reassuring there. Is this where Sister Big Lady lives? Do we want to break into Sister Big Lady's house? Or will I indulge in my cowardice for a period longer? I think I will indulge in cowardice for a little bit longer. Sister Miriam's diary. Sister Elizabeth's punishment. I cannot believe it. The Sister Inquisitor have taken Sister Elizabeth away. It all happened so suddenly. I was laying in bed, listening to the quiet sound of rain on the window, when a door slammed open with explosive force. Sister Inquisitor burst into our chambers, filling the room with the stench of decay. Without uttering a single word, the hulking woman lunged towards Elizabeth's cot. She grabbed the startled sister by her hair and dragged her out into the hallway like a wild animal hauling its prey back to its lair. Her sister Elizabeth's heart-wrenching screams echoed down the hallway until both sisters vanished into the darkness of the convent. No one offered to help poor Elizabeth. I certainly would not attempt to stop Sister Inquisitor in her duties. The morning after, in the refectory, Mother Lucia informed that Sister Elizabeth had been caught stealing a holy relic and was sentenced to be burned in the brazen bull. She said if God finds repentance in our sister's heart, the fire will not touch her. I pray for my sister. So this is something I kind of wish I was more read up on the Bible for. And, like, I know trial by ordeal was a significant kind of part of the older kind of, like, conception of things. But, like, is that just, like, a thing people made up, or is that, like, an Old or New Testament thing? Where, oh, no. I forgot about this mechanic. Alright, you know what? We're safe for now. We don't have to worry about going into the Shadow Realm for a bit. But we're finally getting a bit of woo in our universe here. And we have more recording tape. So I probably will take a happy little save after this. Because at the very least we know where to go now. All these puzzles mostly are done, so we'll go to the chapter house. We can get to the chapter house most quickly by... Honestly, I guess going this way and going up. Oh wait, no we can't, because the... Torture Museum is blocked partially. At least we found the rotary phone. It makes me uncomfortable walking through that door. Or that threshold, I should say. Because, like, the idea of... The idea of that being a noise trap just might summon Sister Big Lady, which worries me dearly. And hello, Baron. Hope you're having a good day. And the Bible does mention the trial by ordeal. Okay. Dates back to the Code of Hammurabi. That would make sense as well, but it's like... different religions had different kind of, like, pronouncements of what is and isn't acceptable. And I'm curious if, like, there are other verses that talk about testing of people's faith in trial. Okay. That is fair. Oh, good God. And that doesn't work because we're not doing it correctly. Which I'm going to guess, is it just as simple as tweaking it a bit? That one didn't work. Because we're missing a component. Because I remember people went on missions, from what I recall. From what I recall. Missions is probably a bit strong as well, where, like, they did trials of faith to prove that, like, they were superpowered, but they did it of their own volition, rather than it being, like, someone demanding you do it, which is very different. Save the game? I've saved the game 5 times already. In Christian language and not explicitly called for in the Bible, which would make sense. Because, like, this game, the reason why I bring it up is, like, the cultists, and I will call them cultists, are couching their religion or their kind of methodology within Christian belief. Oh. Hell no. Okay. Well. I still don't know what to do here. Is it 10:04? 10... X... 10:41 dash X 8 So if we do a combination, that would be 0, 9, 8, 3. So 3, 8, 9, 0. 3... What is it? 3890? No, 3... Yeah, it is 3890. But the thing is, like, I'm not sure if it's 10413890 because I don't know what number would be that combination there. Because the reason why I started typing it is I have misplaced my pencil. Alright, I'm getting it out now. I have a pen, not a pencil. What if it weren't a number? Then I'd cry. So we have 1041 dash. Numbers, Wally, what do they mean? It's a great question. So I suspect, because it's reversed, it's actually, we're adding 3 dashes to the first number, 1 dash to the middle number, combining that, and then we have... No, wait. It's this one, and then just top dash and bottom dash, and then we have an X. So, oh no, I'm an idiot. That's why.
Are you there? I'm scared.
I would just like to state I was correct about the puzzle. I just didn't complete the puzzle. And that's the rest of this puzzle. Alright, because Wellington is Big Babby, I don't want to fight Big Lady Monster downstairs. Unsurprisingly. So, we're going to go the long way around. And hope we don't have another Big Lady Monster approach us. You're goddamn right, Rusty. We're at the part of the game where Wellington has determined that by the laws of necessity, we have to employ the rat tactics to save the day. But what if we like Big Lady Monster? The only Big Lady Monster that is socially acceptable to like is Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Horndog 5, or Resident Horndog 8. Resident Corndog is my favorite resident. Resty, we already know that the big lady is a character where we have to employ the meme of imagine the smell to it. And you never want to deal with a character where you employ that meme to it. Like, it's bad enough when people do it to VTubers. When people actually do it to, big reality, big ladies, we're truly in a dark world. Well, some people are weird, champ. Agris. That is the legal answer to that statement. The residents of this convent are evil. Yeah. Gotta remember, what a mansion. You know what? Okay. That's fine. Let me do this. Yes, I was rusty, but my brain is getting a little bit eepy, and as we all know, EP Wellington is one of the greatest centers according to Wellistani Press. But I did solve it this time, somehow. Yeah, we got it done in one shot. Oh, no. I don't have time for tea. Yeah, it's about big time for big lady. How many games recently have we played that have, like, big lady as, like, the bad guy? There's, like, a lot of big lady lore going on here. Plant sprayer empty. Oh. Oh, no, it's not big lady, it's just man. Oh, it's a lot of man. Oh god. Not good, but I'd rather deal with man than big lady. Mother Lucia's diary, disgrace to the order. I don't know why I keep futzing that up. Disgrace to the order! That fool Noah! Did he truly believe that awakening such a vile demon would bring harmony to the world and raise himself to a higher power? Delusional old man. You're disgrace to the order. I will be the one to bring light to this world filled with sin and corruption. I'll be the one to awaken Nautilus. At least you did something right by forcing the birth of the twins. Even if you were a terrible grandfather, I will use your granddaughters to fulfill my destiny. So this cult, too, seems to work by needing a pair of twins in order to implement their version of prophecy. Plant sprayer. So I'm gonna guess we need to get the blood of the saint into the plant sprayer, which is interesting. Yeah, Noah was the name of the more dillweed grandfather, rather than the grandfather who turned out to not be a good guy, but realized it's a bad guy. I mean, to be fair, based off of, like, the numerology that we're dealing with right now, Wick, it's like a bad guy per continent that we're dealing with, rather than, like, a bad guy per, like, stones toss away, because I think we are actually in the developer's home country of Chile for this game. So, you know, obviously that tells us there's going to be a Tormented Souls 3, 4, 5, 6, and maybe 7. Where the 7th one is actually just going to be in Antarctica, and we have the Super Cthulhu Temple. And we save Earth for all eternity as we fight the Mega Nazis. Actually, hell not. Let's be jazzy with it. You find, like, the Nazi colony. The 7th game is finding, like, the Nazi Antarctic base, and you have to, like, fight Hitlers and save the world from them resurrecting the, I don't know, what's, like, a 7th demon? Well, I mean, if one is a fetus, this one's a Nautilus. Like, just to be completely on the nose because the writing has gone so bad. At that point, it's just literally the swastika Eldritch God. Because why the hell not? We've run out of ideas. It's holding a scroll in front of its chest, and we can't hammer it. Indeed Avenue, Mecha Hitler. How do we get to the West Corridor? I feel that we have the means to get there now. The West Corridor leads there. No, the only way we can get to the West Corridor is to break open that door, which we can't break open for some goddamn reason. I see now. Hitler somehow came back. I mean, I feel that's a plot of, like, many a weird champ game that we have going on. Just, like, somehow Hitler has returned. It's, like, only marginally acceptable because Hitler isn't, like, in Argentina. So, you know, at least it's different. Oh, wait, I should probably continue drawing. Bam. Bam, bam. And the bottom one's a guess. Sure, that's aliens interfering with Earth? Well, the aliens are just trying to, test us by seeing how we deal with, the Super Hitler 2 Electric Boogaloo. No. It wasn't the Twitter AI, Rusty. It was Tay. It was the Microsoft AI. Granted, I haven't been following the travails of Grok, so Grok might be equally as cursed. There have been more than one. Yeah. Is what true, Lizard? Oh, I don't want to fight Big Lady. I didn't say Grok wasn't cursed. What is the purpose of these monsters? That's a scarecrow? You can make spicy videos with Grok, so it's def cursed? Alright, what is the anime persona of Grok? Anime persona of Grok. Oh, yeah, that's I don't know how to feel about that. Why is one of them a furry? How are we on the worst timeline? How? How did we get here? You have horny AI videos for people. With, like, yeah... I mean, I guess venture capital does what venture capital does. I will still maintain optimistic Wellington. The best outcome, not necessarily the likely outcome, but the best outcome for AI in its current state is the computer from Star Trek. Is it only since the collapse of the Soviet Union? Like, is it like we've made every single bad decision since the fall of Nazi Germany? Dystopia, okay. The Soviet Union was the only thing keeping the capitalist world semi-decent. I'm not even that sure that's correct, because I actually could disagree. Is that politics pre-1970? You know, it is. Since we've confined ourselves to only talking about politics prior to the Carter administration, or the end of the Carter administration. I would disagree, Baron, because the fear of the Soviet Union is what led to the kind of, like, radicalization of the United States in, like, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, which led to the CIA using, like, the CIA tactics, which I'd be curious in the counterfactual case where if you just had the Russian Empire, if you would still see, like, you know, American kind of intelligence agencies kind of being as kind of crass, and just, like, the natural consequences of the world would just be doing their thing. Okay, but on the other hand, that's like half the reason why Philip K. Dick went insane. Yeah. Yeah, but if you were to compare the 1950s... If the 1950s... Oh, hey there, buddy. Were, like, a different country... Like, not just the past... It would be, like, a goblin nation. Like America in the 1950s. Oh, god damn it. I do see your point, though. But, like, I wonder how much of it is, like, Japan's issue of, like, the hidden face versus the real face, and kind of, like, the interplay between the two. Because, like, I think markets are necessary. I am uncertain how... Ornate stone heart. I'm uncertain how much I want to defend capitalism in and of itself, because I feel that's a harder thing to do, and a much harder thing to do for a person who's near the end of his night. Indeed, I'm a capitalist pig. But no, I feel like there's a difference between markets and non-markets, because, like, That's what I appreciate about Lenin versus like other things, is where Lenin saw the necessity of instituting market socialism in order to assist the state do a thing. That's what I appreciate about Lenin. Things you never would have expected Welly to say. True. Oh, my dog. We are not going to have the 5-year plan of explaining things. A metal pipe that uses a shotgun barrel, you say? Hmm. Double barrel shotgun. Alright. Which, like, I'd be more... Like, for a horror game stream, I don't think we're going to go into defining definitions here. Mainly because I would rather have a heart attack right now on stream than to do that. And... I think we can spend our time better used. And I think it's more appropriate for a Vicky 3 stream more than anything. But... Indeed, our statue is now... Our shotgun is now twice as powerful. Now if only we could figure how to deactivate this. Do I just need to rip the statue off? Oh no, Rusty. Let me further specify here. I would rather have a heart attack live on stream is any time. I would rather not, is what I would rather do than spend 20 years making definitions regarding one thing or the other. Because, like, while I do find discussion of political economy interesting, I don't think on a video game live stream is the most conducive place for that. I don't think Twitch is the most useful place for that, which is why it always bemuses me the amount of, like, political Twitch streamers we have. But I digress. What about 20 years in the can? I mean, you could spend 20 years in the can and make up definitions for things. I'm sure some political figures have used their time in the can to do that. Though, you know, making politics not cringe again. We need to make politics based again by, Oh, okay, that's... See, Baron here is thinking with portals. Explain the political economy impact of catgirls on Stalin's 5-year plans, assuming the Soviet Union had catgirls. Alright. Well, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, if we had catgirls in the Soviet Union, we would obviously use them as foresters because they're furry people, and therefore it is more, like, it makes more logical sense to employ them in the fields in the cold winters in order to do things. Why would these socialist catgirls be superior to the degenerate bourgeois catgirl? Well, I mean, you know, the degenerate bourgeois catgirl would be, you know, probably a bit more, how do I say, plump than the glorious Soviet catgirl who works on the forestry farms, which obviously means that the Soviet Union would have tomboy catgirls. So it just comes down to a matter of, like, do you prefer tomboy catgirls or more like booba catgirls? which I assume would cause, like, that would actually be the cause of World War III in the, this hypothetical timeline. If the Soviet Union had cat girls, the Berlin Wall never would have fallen. Also true. Just imagining, like, Lucky would have quickly become a Soviet. Yeah. Alright, what are we supposed to do here? I'm going to assume we need to get the sprayer into the eyes. And we need to get this down. So what? What? Los is los. No, Jingo. They wouldn't be sent to the gulags. They would manage the gulags. You wouldn't even have to bother to pretend to send people good equipment at that point. You would just send people who were furry. And then if the prisoners got out of line, the cat girls would claw them to death. As is appropriate for the time. Socialist cat girls would fight for the workers' revolution by exploiting the weakness of the decades. Oh god, let's not talk about the cat girl KGB agents. Oh god. That would be a mess. I don't know in whose favor that would be a mess for, but by the love of all that's holy, a Soviet cat girl, KGB agent, yeah, cat girl honeypots. But like, you know, what if you like scritch them the right way and they just betray the plan? Like, if you have like a person who is getting honeypotted, but they're really good at scritching ears, you would have like a Soviet defeat scenario damn near instantly. Would they be speaking in Hollywood Russian accent but adding nya everywhere? I don't know. And I think there are some questions that are better left to the imagination of the individual user. Now what do I do here? I've already tried to use everything. Is there anything else here I can tweak? The answer is no. Because it won't let me use the just hammer to hammer it. Catgirl Honeypot still failing to get blackmail on the French spies because their wives already know they're cheating on them. Niet. I appreciate that too. Nyat. I don't know, Avenue. That's a bit suspiciously close to Gyat, which is illegal. They blackmail them that they're faithful. There's an empty basin below the statue. Brizmaxing for the Gyats. I still don't fully comprehend what a Gyat is, and I don't think I want to know, but I have a feeling I should Google it. In my heart of hearts. Which is usually a bad sign. Also, what in the hell are we supposed to be doing at this point? So we have a statue of Lady that we need to blow up Lady a little bit. We got pipe. We got some pipe after 20 years in the John. The 20 years in the can. I mean, what if, like, okay, I need to look up his name again because it's, like, a little... Philip Leotardo. Never mind, I didn't have to look it up. We have everything we need. I assume that if we look at the thing, there's, like, a place to shove something into her heart. Which presumably we need to use this ornate stone heart, which is fine. Maybe we need to wrap more wire around it. No, we can't. That's interesting. In order to shove the heart into her, we need to have a we need to lower the scroll that she's holding. I don't know how to lower the scroll that she's holding is the problem. So there's probably something we missed in the museum? Would be my guess? Well, when I say museum, I mean the evil dimension version of the museum. I mean, this torture honestly looks like they were just fed to death, which is a fascinating way to kill someone. Deity statue of some kind. Like, did they just feed this guy and then, like, periodically, like, leech? This is, like... There's some, like, degenerate kind of thoughts that can spread from that, so I'm just going to leave that room and not consider the ramifications of that. Seen and heard too many things for Wally's innocent ears and eyes. I did skip this area because I assumed it didn't lead into anything, and I was hoping it wouldn't, but I'm gonna guess it does. Yeah, it does. Oh! Shotgun is loaded. Alright, let's check the lower level to make sure there's no nonsense down here. Painkillers. We have that which kills people. Oh my god. So in this hypothetical timeline, who invents, like... So if we have, like, the setting of For All Mankind, right? So where the Soviet Union achieves their victory scenario by landing on the moon first, like... If we have, like, a genetic engineering version where, like... There's, like, the invention of cat girls. Who invents cat girls first? Like, there's a race for cat girls. Is it going to be the United States, or is it going to be... the Soviet Union? Because, like, I have a feeling that it would be the United States because of how far back Soviet genetic science was set back by Lyshenko, who is, I would argue, one of the worst people in history. Just by the scale of how many people he killed. Granted, I think on accident. Well, depending on how you define on accident, that is, even. But... I don't want to go into the room with the big boy again, so we're not going to do that. Nazi Germany starts the work. Their scientists defect to the USA. No, but the thing is, I would argue that Nazi Germany would also be equally incapable of creating anime catgirls or even properly starting on it. Because, like, because of, like, the racial views the Nazis had on genetics, it hurt their ability to comprehend it. Because they were looking at it through a more ideological lens rather than anything appropriate. Soviets steal the research in the advanced stage and manage to complete the project first. Like, I feel that would be a negative factor on all sides. That is a lot of goofy blood right there. We'd eventually evolve into cat girls. Please, no. And somehow we arrived full circle back at Camp Meow Meow. I don't like how we did, but we did. Is it this way? Yes. One straight line of one cat girl life to another. Yeah. I do find it funny that the conversation topic du jour of today is cat girls. Well, not always cat girls, but it has heavily trended towards cat girls by, I don't want to say necessity, because that makes it sound more full-throated than it is. Would be bent to accept cat girls. Now you're just reminding me of things that I saw on the TNO Reddit that I don't want to remember. Nor will I utter into existence again, so you have to imagine what I saw that made Wellington so uncomfortable that he doesn't want to say right now. From the TNO Reddit. There's some... That's what happened. The lights are off in this hallway now. Did our sister go Super Saiyan? Oh, not big lady. Hello, young. I hope you have a good day. Or you're having a good day. So I'm assuming we need to plant the dagger into Big Lady's eyes. So that means she will go down at some point. Did Jake already end the Madison stream then? He just started. Okay. I have a very firm feeling that that is not going to be his cup of tea. I won't go so far as to say I'd eat my hat, but... Oh, please don't tell me I'm out of ammo. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No eating my hat. Indeed to shred. Which is exactly how Big Lady's going to be in a minute here. That is true. Wellington doesn't know how to enunciate, betraying him yet again.
Caroline! That voice. Angelica. Oh my god, Angelica, is that you? Don't waste your strength. What the hell just happened here? Anna. Anna? Do you mean Anna? Do you know where they've taken her?
The processing plant.
Okay. I need to take you to a doctor.
No. No, it's too late for me. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Angelica is the lady we saw at the start of the game, then. I don't know why all these people are dead, though. I have a sinking suspicion that our little sister activated, like, evil mode and just started murdering people. Therefore I urge you, brothers and sisters, in view of God's mercy, to offer your bodies as living sacrifices, holy and pleasing to God. And no, Strudel, it is not a Zephyr Meow Meow victory scenario of the sandwich persuasion. There is no kitty cat nibble feast today. Because I'm not having a heart attack live on stream. Because, thankfully, we decided not to, spend 40 billion years talking about definitions. Yeah, small child went goblin mode. You know, we have to pull out Hansel and Gretel, or whatever the hell that guy's name is from Breaking Bad, by which I mean Saul Goodman. No, I still have more gummy snack strudel. I have like another 5 bags of trolley eggs, which aren't gummy bears, but they're close enough to satisfy the perverse cravings I have for sweet treats. Alright, well, I guess we blew all the ammo we had killing Big Lady, which I figured would happen, but I didn't think it would be as bad as that, so I'm really hoping we get more shotgun shells. Because, like, I'm trying to consider what we're going to have to do for the final boss. And I don't want to nail the final boss to death, because that just sounds like a Sisyphean task. I'm going to be entirely candid. Compressed air canister small. Oh no. Examine. What happens if we do combine it? Does that increase the damage? It increases the fire rate. I see. I think that's it. We still haven't opened up the refractory. Refractory, not the refactory. That's something entirely different. Once again, we have a double meaning for Mr. Oyaji. Oh, Lucky, I hate you sometimes. I need to figure out a emote that is as cursed as the Oyaji man from Mahjong, Super Mahjong, Oyaji Friend Time. Because I love Sleep Demon, but Sleep Demon isn't actually cursed. Sleep Demon is a adorable little creature that, you know, is just merely there to wish you well-meaning sleep time. Adorable. Little. Listen. Your version of definitions may vary, is all I'll say. 8-foot dinosaur? Legally, Sleep Demon's just a little guy. Oh, don't tell me we have to fight Mr. Bird, boss. I would very much be displeased about that. I'm surprised no one thought it was a good idea to call, like, the Catholic Church on whatever was happening here. Turned out that horrors within human comprehension were quite a bit worse. Yeah. Our dark book is here. I've heard encouraging news from the mouth of a nun weak to dark magic. The dark book is here. It is hidden in the underground dungeon. Lucia, you old fool, for years you had me working for you, promising me the knowledge within that book, only to find out that you had it under your feet, you old trickster. Never try to deceive a warlock. Right now, I do not have the knowledge of dark magic needed to revive a person who has passed on, but once the secrets of the Dark Book are mine, nothing will stop the reunion with my beloved Amelia. Who's like... Did Amelia Earhart have a boyfriend? And or a husband? Why was this... Oh, it's locked from the other side. I thought it said we unlocked it. Like, is this, like, Amelia Earhart's boyfriend that is attempting to resurrect her from the dead after she was killed by the Japanese? Because we're going for that conspiracy theory today because it just feels fun. Commercial district? This isn't very churchy. So we're just in Chile now. A Chilean call center? Okay. Miguel's diary. A mission I cannot refuse. The Colonel is a stubborn and Machiavellian old man, but I don't think he's lying to me, I hope. He believes that by extracting the subject, we will gain valuable information about what is happening in Villa Hess. He asked me because he knows I cannot refuse. The folder he gave me could lead to the answers I've been searching for my entire life. So this is what you look like. Wherever you are, I hope you are okay. Your name isn't what I imagined it would be, but I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it at all. Isabella. Alright, so apparently this might end up being that the... everybody's mustachio villain is making an appearance. Villa Hess. Huh.
This is like a nightmare. The room where I last saw Anna is now littered with dead nuns. All brutally murdered. In the middle was the one who attacked me before. It looked like she killed herself, like it was part of some ritual. Then suddenly I was being dragged into another world, and that nun was alive there, and I had to fight her. I barely made it. It's a miracle I'm still here. Oh, and Angelica? The woman who met us at the station. I found her, and she died right in front of me. Before she went, she told me Anna had been taken to somewhere she called the processing plant. I need to hurry.
Oh, by call center, they basically mean a place where you could pay to use the telephone. Okay. Actually, I could see that working as a place where you could sell snacks and whatnot. Villa Hess map. Huh. Tape. Answer the phone. Okay. So this is quite literally how we got into the church in the first place. I mean, Avenue. Why would you use Villa Hess in a game like this, right? If you weren't going to go there. Like, is it because there's a lot of, like, German-sounding villages in Chile as well as Argentina? Because, to be fair, the entire city here is called Villa Hess. If we were to classify things according to what Sussy Baka tier we're on, or what Sussy Baka con we're on, we're definitely getting there. So what I'm wondering here is there another fucky-wucky thing going on with time, where in previous instances we saw that time was partially manipulated in order for us to kind of do what we needed to do. Like, it seems like whatever crisis has occurred has a time component because, like, everything here is kind of falling apart. And we would have reacted, I presume, somewhat strongly if we came into the world here and it just began as a kind of screwed up thing. Given the fact that the meat here is still, I don't want to say fresh, but it isn't completely rotted, it would imply that we are... some time has passed. I have entered Puerto Cisnes, the town nearest to Villa Hess. I discovered from the few locals who didn't refuse to speak with me that the railway route from this town to the Villa Hess was closed by the authorities years ago. There are no alternative public routes to the town. Yeah, there we go. I feel like some number of years have passed that we were asleep. The locals reiterated several times that I shouldn't go to Villa Hess. They see it as a forbidden place. I rented a motorcycle from the local garage and prepared to leave at 2200. The darkness should cover my movements. It will be a long journey. Alright, so we have some amnesia machine for pigs tier nonsense here. So presumably we'll get the tool to destroy walls like that at some point in this area. Alright, and I don't want to deal with any revivified pig monsters. Just have a feeling that'd be bad for my heart. Back entrance key to Luna Galleria. Which is probably here, so let's take a look at the train station first. Which, I guess, we started here. This all looked normal to us. Macabre discovery in Villa Hess Cemetery. Forensics experts from the Chilean Investigation Brigade have issued a forensic report following the autopsy of a woman found hung in the Villa Hess Cemetery. According to the report, the victim, identified by the initials AFPL, was pregnant at the time of her death and showed signs of torture before being hanged by the neck. Her partner, identified by the initials ZALH, who had reported her disappearance days earlier, recognized the remains and is currently under medical care due to the shock of the discovery. This is the third case in which a woman has been murdered in the same manner in the local cemetery. PDI continues its search for those responsible, though the investigation has been declared confidential for now. We'll continue to report as more information is found out. Honor of Pedro the Fisherman for bringing blessing and prosperity to Fisher Village Hess. We can't get into the station. So what I'm wondering is, like, what kind of, like, temporal goofiness occurred to kind of mask what was going on in such an aggressive manner? Because, like, everything in this climate, horses should be decayed that much in open air in, like, a couple weeks or a couple months. So that would mean that we were experimented on for some number of weeks or months. Which I guess makes sense because what we saw in the introductory cinematic was us being kind of submerged into a... was it pluriodic fluid tank? Where we were just kind of... coil nails. Ooh. What are you? Are these like rapid fire nails? A mall map. Which I guess is a way to do it. Because I'm trying to think of, like, ways you would, like, slow down aging or something like that. Because it's obvious years have not passed. Or, I should say, suppose years have not passed based off of what we're seeing. The power's still going on. Somewhat. So, like, the bills are paid up for an amount of time. Like a judo shop. Back in time? Haunted. We have the budget Brazilian films. Okay. Shelves look like they were looted in a hurry. Empty medicine vials have been left behind. So whatever happened slowly enough where people actually took the time to properly loot the pharmacy, which tells us the calamity wasn't quick. So I'm going to guess we are probably going to have to figure out how to turn power back on to the everything. Body wrapped in a sheet has been left in the garbage bin. Got painkillers and an instant photograph. A plus B green, A plus C purple, B plus C equals orange. Alright, when do we go to... So we're on Susibaka tier 4. Do we go to Susibaka Con 3? When it reveals that the village was founded in 1945, 1946? Okay, more nails. Tape. Oh, we're in a video arcade. Oh. It's an exit there. Is there something spooky going on with the TVs? I think we missed it. If there is. That's sad. Alright. Map. So Hair Salon is a save point. We're in the video rental store. No, it's just an audio thing. So it's someone who's still alive. Oh, God. We can't mercy kill him. That's kind of unfortunate, all things considered at this point. Okay, we won't go there yet. Oh. Lifeless tentacles are emerging from the toilet. Yeah. I'm really quite curious what the coil nails are for. Is it like, do we get yet another upgrade for our nail gun? Because that'd be actually pretty cool. There are human remains in this cookpot. Well, what do we know from the last time? We know that the exposure to radiation drives people insane. And I suppose we can kind of guess that this village is close to the coast, given the fact that they have a fishing heritage. I don't think we've been in the amusement arcade. Oh, Street Fighter. Letter to Zacharias. Beloved Zacharias, I went in search of answers with my teacher. It is evident that a malevolent energy has awakened beneath the earth. I can feel it growing stronger every day. I know you don't believe in those things, but I don't think my suspicions are unfounded. That birthmark on your chest is not normal. According to my teacher, a warlock offered you as a sacrifice to the Lord of Decay on the day of your birth. Upon your death, your soul will not find its way to the afterlife, and your pain along with that of thousands will feed the spawn of darkness. Ah, my hip. You must leave Villa Hess as soon as possible. They are watching you. I cannot contact you directly, as the forces of evil would easily find me in town. The creature I carry in my womb radiates a light that is far too easy for a dark warlock to perceive. You remember the one-eyed toy inside the machine at the mall that I asked you for? Inside it there is a ring. I enchanted it with my love, and I intend to propose to you with it once you manage to retrieve it from the machine. Put it on and follow your heart. Wear that ring on your left hand, it will guide you to us, to a place where evil cannot reach us. I love you, always yours, Azucena. I realized in like the last letter, the last like 10% of that was a lady that was writing that letter, but unfortunately I had already locked in with a old man, so we'll just deal with that. Why is it always our sister getting tortured? She's an honorary old man. This is true. We've upped her power level several times by issuing her that status. I guess we have 10 saves, so we'll start using them. Well, I mean, normally it would be small child. It depends on, like, by what metric you're tracking the value of a human sacrifice, right, Rusty? Like, if we're looking at it, like, the potential of lifeblood, you want to sacrifice small child. If you're looking at the some of lived experiences of a person as the value source for a human sacrifice. You want the olds. Oh, you're gonna be pig monster. Because we suspect, at least, that the pigs are monster creatures. That was correct. There's a lot of pig monsters, holy shit. Why are there so many pig monsters? Well, I feel... Alright, so how about this? For an Eldritch God, you're leveraging the life of someone to perform the kind of task you need, right? So, for summoning an Eldritch God, you are... Oh my god. Good god. You are definitely sacrificing kids. If you are attempting to, like, do a level up ritual, like, let's say you're the bad guy in a D&D, right? If you're a bad guy in a D&D, and you're trying to, like, leverage the knowledge of trillions of people to, like, make yourself more powerful, that was an Undertale fan song that they made chiptuned. I have to add credits to play. We have to find money. Wait, we learned this the first time. There is... The music person for these games is an Undertale person. The one who makes Undertale fan songs. Oh god. Virgin sacrifices? So what is the value of a virgin? Like, in a metaphysical sense, is how I will save myself from that statement. Like, I don't know, like, who likes virgin sacrifices? Like, is it... Is it, like, what deity likes that? Vampires like virgin sacrifices. Um... Who else likes them? The... Isn't it, like... Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think I can hear you. It's all white. It's all white. That's not horrifying at all. But I guess he's stuck in the other place, based off of that. If you're looking for versions, plenty of card game tournaments. That's not wrong. That is, definitely true. That was not on the ground earlier. Alrighty. A plus B is green. Oh god. This is an RGB puzzle. You ask a hard question, Marvin. I would argue, from a certain perspective, the reason why the vampires want, like, a version is probably, like, a combination of the youth aspect, which is the life aspect, and maybe something about it allows or helps vampires spawn more young or spawn more creatures. Vampires just don't want to get HIV. Vampires are from the future, that's how they know. Hep V. That is true. You don't want hepatitis vampire. Alright, so what is it that creates purple? That is blue and red, right? So RBG is red, green, blue as your base color palette. Right? So yellow plus C equals B. So A, B, C. Or C, I suspect, is red. So A plus C equals purple. So B needs to be yellow, and I suspect you need to be blue? I know colors, apparently. Alright, so that's the dojo key. We're getting there. It's one puzzle down. Dojo is on the second floor. Basement level we can no longer deal with at this time. Oh god.
God damn it.
Alright, big lady. I really hope coil nails can be used. Because that would sure be awkward if they couldn't. Actually, I don't think there are any lady monsters on the second floor, thankfully. No, there are exactly 2 lady monsters. Right at one further in. Box cutter. Cool. Please let me out. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, oh, come on now. You can't just throw all of them at me at once. Yeah, I guess so, Jingo. The game decided to hell with me in particular. Oh, good god, we are so beyond short on ammo. Well, gotta look at the bright side of life, right? Everything's fine. We managed to kill the monster mash here, which is reassuring. I guess now we can look at the rest of the dojo, make sure we didn't miss anything. So this just feels more like a regular gym rather than a dojo. Though I will say there is certainly a charm in its more compact form here. Don't know why there was nails in the vending machine. Things are not going well in Chile, I will say. Things are very much not going well in Chile.
Caroline, are you there? Please, help me. They have me locked up in this horrible place. It's dark, and there are dead fish everywhere. They found me. No, let me go.
Yeah, I would say that's not like a child move, or a child wouldn't think of that. But this is a child that's been captured by evil people before, so you would at least hope her to have better brain activities when it comes to dealing with not getting captured or getting captured. Unfortunately, I cannot defend our poor sister in this moment. Power still looks like it's scuffed, which is heart-wrenching. So, I guess since it has been some time since we have been captured, it is likely that the church was not a inherently corrupt force to begin this affair with, but Mother Lucia has had enough time to have employ her methods of control. Sure, the villa. Okay, we don't know yet if, like, the Hess hole part of that... Hess hole? If the Hess portion of that is not a red herring or not. It probably... I mean, they wouldn't do that, right? They wouldn't go for the biggest meme in the book this early, right? I didn't accidentally call it, like, an hour ago on accident as, like, a joke. True, I mean, I only know Brazilians, no Chileans. Alright, let's find that poor bastard. No, we don't need to go the full way around. We just need to walk into here. Hey, buddy. I heard you're having a rough time. So the Backstreet Boys lead to... Because we needed the ring to kill the man. That's why, Rusty. Encounter with the locals. I approached the local fishermen for some information. Before I could even ask anything, they pulled out machetes and surrounded me with clear intent to kill. I checked their bodies, but I couldn't find anything. Only a strong smell of fish and a strange hue to their skin. These people don't carry any form of identification. The whole place stinks. If Isabella is here, I must locate her quickly. No, there was a letter from his paramour that was stating that it'll help you escape from the darkness if you wear this ring. It'll lead you to a safe place. So I assume we both saved him and killed him.
Hands in the air.
Take it easy. You got me, okay?
Turn around. Nice and slow.
You don't need to point that gun at me.
Yeah. Well, forgive me if this place makes me feel, you know, a little antsy. Who are you?
My name's Caroline. What's your name?
You don't look like one of the locals.
I'm not. I just came in on the train yesterday.
Really? Because I heard there's been no trains running here for a long time.
I got here by train.
Well, you don't sound like you're from around here.
I'm Canadian. I'm only here because somewhere in this godforsaken town is my kid's sister. Now please, take that fucking gun out of my face.
Sorry. You're the first person I've met today that didn't instantly want to kill me.
That's so weird, because you seem so friendly.
My name's Miguel. I'm looking for someone too. Maybe we should team up.
Sure. I'm heading to the processing plant.
I just come from that way. I barely made it out alive.
Well, that's my only lead right now, so that's where I'm going.
Okay. Well, I'm not joining you on a suicide mission. What's your sister's name? I'll keep a lookout for her.
Anna. You can't miss her. She's 10 years old. Red hair, pink jacket.
There's no children here, Caroline. You should get out while you can.
Thanks for your advice, Miguel. Try not to shoot any civilians.
Good luck.
What civilians? You haven't seen any either, lady. Alright, so with that musical sting, I want to point out, we're now officially in a Silent Hill. Because, like, we've all seen Silent Hills at this point, and that is, like, 1,000,000,000% Silent Hill music. Yeah, we definitely get a heavier melee weapon if that's not doing the trick. Unsilences your hill. She's counting herself incorrectly. Yeah, I guess that's fair. She probably is considering herself a civilian, even though, like, she's not a bad guy. They seem like monsters to you. No, once again, we are playing the character that sees monsters. He's just seeing crazed, like, Cthulhu people, so he's, like, living in a shadow over... He's living in a shadow over Innsmouth timeline. So I would much rather Miguel's loadout than ours. A thick piece of wood is barring the door. Okay. I'm gonna guess the heavier melee weapon's going to be an axe. I kind of was expecting the processing plant to be more below than above, so this is actually a little bit disconcerting. And that leads down, not up. Okay. Well, What if this guy killed our sister? Oh my god. Is there going to be, like, a B-plot of the game where, like, we play from Miguel's perspective? I think I would actually be for that. That would make it a bit more interesting. Hess Hospital in critical state. The state of Hess Hospital has been deemed critical by health authorities, confirming reports of an alarming increase in patient symptoms, including nausea, diarrhea, hemorrhages, skin burns, and hair loss. Radiation poisoning symptoms. With hospital beds over capacity, medical staff have no other option but to attend to patients in hallways and other less sanitary spaces. The situation has raised concerns among Villa Hess residents who are demanding swift answers to what could be becoming a public health crisis. While the cause of the situation is being investigated, officials have issued a series of preventative recommendations. Boiling water before consumption, especially water directly from a tap, and maintaining personal hygiene, particularly washing of hands before handling food. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not a medical person, but, like, if we ignore the context of the game, heroic-looking man, Arturo Prat Chacon, a Chilean naval officer, lawyer, and national hero, died 1879, Battle of Ipanema, commanding corvette Esmeralda. Radiation poisoning symptoms are, like, pretty goddamn obvious, so people should realize that the issue here is radiation related rather than anything else. Oh god. We need to find the lore for this place. I don't know, I don't think we have documented cases of occult logs or four-legged humans from radiation sickness. Hey. I didn't say all of this is from radiation sickness. I'm assuming the newspapers broke down by the time you start getting, like, demon monsters. Like, by the time we have demon monsters, we have lost, like, the press. The press is no longer pressin'. At that point. So, like, we're still at a point where Villa Hess is functioning. Something is very wrong in the fish processing plant. The stench of rot hits me full in the face the moment I entered. A stench of decaying flesh that could not be fish alone. It's hard to admit that the ray darkness made me feel deeply uneasy. It was a thick, oppressive blackness, barely pierced by the dim beam of my flashlight. The darkness was so dense that it seemed to cling to my skin like oil. Something was in there with me, that darted across the walls like a shadow illuminated by the moonlight through the windows. Its form wasn't human, its legs were pointed, and its movements were unnatural. I swept my flashlight in every direction, never lowering my pistol. The shadow moved across the wall to my right. It screamed and attacked. I pivoted, swinging the flashlight in an arc. I hate being taken by surprise, as an ominous silhouette lunged at me. I emptied the entire magazine into it. The thing recoiled and dived through the window. What the hell is happening here? Okay, so he's definitely seeing monsters too. It's not just like crazed, Spaniards. Which I don't know if that's better or worse. No, the demons are radiation sources rather than needing radiation, I think. Or like eldritch gods, because like I think thinking of them as demons in the traditional like Abrahamic sense is probably not going to allow us to comprehend what's going on here. Okay, yeah, this definitely feels like a boss area. Right, we know where the save room is. Hey, buddy. So Employee of the Month is Juan Ortega. So this is still while... You know what? Let's save. I just got the sudden urge to save for some reason. I have no idea what it could have been.
What happened to this place? Everything is in chaos here. It looks like the villagers got out in a hurry and left everything behind. I have a bad feeling about this. I did meet a man named Miguel. He came here looking for someone, but it looks like he chose the worst time to do it. He's got no clue what's going on here either, and he hasn't seen anything of Anna. I told him I was heading to the processing plant, and he warned me not to go. But I'm already here now. And if my sister is in here too, then I'm gonna find her.
Factory worker violently torn in half. Well, it sounds like it's a creature we have seen before, at least. Which is reassuring in the sense that while we might be in hell, it's not a fresh hell, right? Sacrifice for our god. Last night we offered the firstborn of Brother Abraham to our god Nautilus. All the brothers present, including my good wife, celebrated, and we danced joyfully as we ate the child's flesh. For Nautilus is pleased. We can't let other members of the sect think we're losing faith. Brother Simon hesitated when Mother Lucia commanded him to sacrifice his child. The Sister Inquisitor crushed his head with her bare hands and killed Simon's wife and daughter right there on the spot. God does not tolerate a lack of faith. Let us pray, Mother Lucia said. When we got home, we went to Abigail's room. Abigail is the eldest of our two children. She was sleeping like a rock. She studied so hard all week for her English exam. She's only 10 years old, but she already knows she wants to be a writer when she grows up. The words that Mother Lucia whispered in my ear went round and round in my head. Brother Juan, your blessed firstborn has the privilege of being offered during the next full moon. Rejoice! A man has been impaled on the wall. So it definitely looks like the situation went to hell a good while before we arrived, at the very least. Unless my kind of idea that a significant amount of time has passed where the church people have been able to cavort with the demonic powers. For the love of God, did you do that? It was either him or me. These people are no longer human. They lost their souls a long time ago, and now they suffer in eternal torment, lurking to kill or be killed. Damn, everything's cursed here. I need to find Anna fast. I warn you, this processing plant is corrupted to its depths. Dark and bloody practices were carried out here. Things you're not ready to see. Whatever. I can't leave until my sister. Until I find my sister. Well, I just hope you find her before madness finds you. Maybe. They were funded by the government of Chile, and this game is actually one of... The first game, at least, is an actually good rendition of We Have Resident Evil at Home. So I choose to believe that they ran out of money. What happened to this place? Lucia and her cult happened. They sacrificed the town. I completely lost the plot. He's Russian now. They sacrificed the town and everyone in it to awaken their false messiah. Those godless fanatics want to unleash their hell upon this world. They'll kill us all. This hell you're talking about, I think I've seen it. It's the other side. And yes, if it spreads across the earth, then humanity is done. Hell is calling you, my girl. It's calling all of us. Alright, Wellington ran out of budget for vaguely Hispanic-sounding man, so we had to revert back to Russian man. Oh, hey, buddy! Nope. Nope. We're just not gonna bother with that one at all. Try applying for more Chilean government funding. I wish I could. Oh, why did there have to be no loot in there? Alright, please tell me you'll open the door here. Or do you actually need, like, a saw? Oh no, it actually needs a saw. Alright. Try applying to the Chilean government for more money. Oh no, not the basement. Never the basement in a place like this. They're certainly giving us a hell of a lot of medicine for this place. Is this where we get the best occult reception? I guess, like, if you're trying to summon an eldritch god, like, the kind of intimation of what's going on is...
Password incorrect.
Oh my god, we have the Resident Evil voice lock door. Alright, well, that's certainly a thing. A cast of king crabs have been abandoned in these traps. So, this feels like a pure and simple kind of adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft's work for this one, rather than something more esoteric. Which I feel is what we experienced last night. So that is a fuse, or is that a light? That definitely probably needs a fuse before we can activate it. I don't want to try breaking that, because I have the distinct feeling that will just die without lights. Nothing here. I suppose the game is trying to tell us that hesitation is the enemy of ourselves here. Yep. This is some Dead Space ass enemy right here. How dead are we? We're very dead. What do we need acid for? I also have the unfortunate feeling that we missed a weapon somewhere, and I'm very upset about that. H.P. Lovecraft would be more, the town was always worshipping something weird, then the evil cult came and corrupted everything. Well, that's what I'm kind of thinking, is I wonder, I'm not sure if it's going to be the town was always corrupted, or if the town was corrupted by the cult, and Mother Lucia and her ilk. Both are equally possible, I feel, in terms of, like, a narrative standpoint, but I'm uncertain what direction they're going to go with it. Well, in defense of creepy old guy, we don't know how long the cult's been here. Within one lifetime. That is true. And, like, the nun we saw at the beginning wasn't super evil. At least she didn't obviously seem super evil, so it could be that she was kind of forced into whatever was going on over the course of, you know, the between us getting here, Mother Lucia seeing her chance, and oh, I know what you are. That's not a squid, that's a person. That's due to the radiation poisoning. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Dining room. Warehouse. We can't access the dining room. Well, I suspect we can't, at least. Decontamination offices, yep. Yep. This is how they're... Yep, radiology. This is how they're accessing their god. Alright. I, however, need to take a break. So, I will put up Breakman, and we'll enjoy the lovely Jubbly map for a moment. Just have the words for now. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright. And I'm back. So, I am perplexed. What my suspicion here is Mother Lucia was... Okay, so... plot. We need to break it down into knowns and unknowns. Unknown. We don't know how long we've actually been asleep. The game is trying to pull a Fallout 4 on us where we think it is a day. Or a couple of days. Where, based off of all kind of like context clues and whatnot, it is more, a lot more than a couple of days. So, from there, what we have to posit is the chaos that occurred here presumably happened as a result of the acceleration of their plans rather than anything else. Which is fine, because that also does make sense, all things considered. Because that is kind of what occurred... actually less so what occurred in the realm of the first game. Container isn't empty, I have to continue investigating, yeah. Oh god. Human bodies. Dead bodies have been shoved into the back of a freezer. The smell of decomposition lingers. Yeah, this is about the acceleration of what's going on. Because we are the necessary final components for the master plan to kind of work. Okay. Brother Juan's diary. The mysterious girl. Mother Lucia came to see me and thanked me once again for having demonstrated my devotion to our Savior. Then she told me that she had a mission for me, something only I could carry out. She was accompanied by that fearsome woman whose head was covered with a horrid, foul-smelling hood. The one who killed Simon and his family. In her arms, a giant woman was carrying a girl that looked to be the same age of my daughter would have been. Lucia asked me to prepare one of the cells in the hidden corridor to lock her up and hide this girl from the rest of the world. Entrusted me with the task of feeding her and keeping her alive. The Lord has blessed you once again with a test to prove your faith, she said with a grotesque grimace on her face. My stomach churned, my fists clenched, and I imagined my teeth sinking into the jugular of that rotten old woman. I don't care if that giant woman broke my neck after that, but I can't allow myself this. I wish I could kill them all. I've hidden the switch that opens the secret corridor behind my daughter's heart. And that leads there. Like, this is the thing that bugs me about this game, is like, why are the Eldritch beings radioactive? I guess, like, I have to try and remember what is radioactivity. Okay, that's a false hit. Radioactivity is the energy emission of things for reasons that I don't really remember. Oh, good god. Freezer. Young woman was brutally decapitated. Jesus. Handle is damaged, I can't move it. I suspect that we're going to do more goofy time stuff here like we've done previously. Which I actually really will appreciate more in this game than I think I did the first game, because, like, we are living in the pre and post period of, like, an event rather than just arriving at the end of the event and then having to figure out what the hell happened. I don't want to say it puts in a greater sense of urgency, but like I feel things are in better perspective than they otherwise would be. I'm not here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure our sister's dead again, and we'll have to figure out some, like, bullshitium kind of mechanism to save her again. To which point, like, small child is just going to regular Canadian therapy. You know, it actually probably is a terrible idea given things. Wheelman chair can bring her back. That is true. But I, once again, am afraid it's going to be a matter of the pet cemetery, and it's sometimes dead is better sort of an attitude, which I don't want to deal with. So, this is before everything went wrong. I don't know if things are evil or not. No, things are definitely still evil. Because the small child is imprisoned, as far as we're aware. A lot of books on the shelf. Most of them are love stories. The portrait of Jesus is not on the bed now. Which presumably it got knocked off? Though that doesn't make sense. If it was knocked off, it would be facing down, wouldn't it? Hmm. Nope. Wildeburger and Hess Fish Processing Plant. I didn't read that on the way in. Okay. So definitely Grandpapa was super involved in this. So what I'm curious about now is how much of the timeline was affected by what we've done. Have we saved One-chan? Or was that even One-chan who was dead? Actually, no, I think I said it a moment ago. We know for a fact it wasn't our sister who died. It was some other mook. Come on, pop open the door. I know you wanna. Or not.
Hey, you. Short stay. Short stay. It'll fly by. Hey, I'm looking for Anna. Where is she?
It was our sister who died.
The girl's not here anymore. You think that's funny? I'm not playing around, moron. Anna's my sister. Turn around and tell me where she is. Oh, she's here, Caroline. Your sister's been here for 14 years. No. No, this can't be. Anna? I saw you yesterday. What happened to you? What happened to me? I've been rotting in this dungeon for 14 years. You look well, though. You haven't aged a fucking day. Put the knife down, Anna, please. Why are you being like this? I'm here to get you out. Oh, I should be more grateful, should I? Caroline is back to save the day. I told you I didn't want to come here. And then you just left me with these lunatics. I was a child. Why did you leave me? Where have you been? Look, I don't know what happened here, but I didn't go anywhere. I swear, I would never just leave you. You're a liar! You abandoned me before, and you took Mom with you, and then you came back just to do it all over again. I'm done with you! Oh, please, Anna, look at yourself. You're not well. Let me help you. I think you've helped me enough! Anna, please open the door. We can sort this out. Hey, don't worry. Maybe I'll come back for you. In 14 years. No, please! Don't do this, Anna! No!
14 years. So this game takes place now in 2008. I guess I was right about One-chan being the one who got sent to the Shadow Realm. I guess. Anna dropped her sketchbook. I need to find her before one of those monsters does. Examine. This ends soon. There are strange noises and a terrible smell coming from the air duct. I must remember to ask Juan to help block it up if he has the strength for it. He's much thinner than he was when we first met. Our nightly walks are the only exercise either of us gets. Every time we stand at the top of the hill with Villa Hess in the distance, I think about what Juan said about escaping from here. I can never do it. Something tells me all of this has a meaning, that it's all coming to an end soon. I can feel it. Tomorrow morning, some doctors are coming here to vaccinate me against smallpox. Juan said that there's been an outbreak in town, and he feels terrible if I caught anything. That's presumably the next boss? Is a man or woman in armor. Probably a diving suit person would be the most sensical one. Alright, so I was right. I called it. It's been a significant amount of time. 14 years is more than enough time to corrupt the town. Wellington said triumphantly. Though, I should pause and say there's no triumph to be had here. So our little sister has gone off her rocker and is running around the spooky land now, which is totally reassuring. Given the fact, though, no. This probably comes off as me splitting hairs, but there is an importance to whether or not... Actually, there is an importance to whether or not the game is kind of looking at time things. Okay, that means the monster can come through that hole now. Or not. Underground dock. We've been here before. Painkillers. But I suppose it sounds like I'm splitting hairs here, or I'm trying to split hairs. Basically, what matters here is like how corrupted the town was to begin with. And we can definitely throw the processing plant, or some portion of the processing plant, and the church under the bus here 100%. Because even in our quaint little Canadian village, there was corruption in some of it, but not all of it. Because, like, our mom did not know what was going on. Isn't connected to anything. Isn't connected to anything. Right, so here we go. You go there. So does all of this power lead to the elevator? Hey. We need everything to feed into here, I suspect. You're cut. This has to be this way. Okay, that's Gucci now. We have these two heading into this wire, which goes this way, which goes that way, which leads dead. Do we need power to be fed into here? That wire's dead. This wire leads here. This wire leads this way, which connects into here, which goes into here. This wire leads this way, which can lead into this way, which goes here. Okay, how do we get here? Okay, so this wire is dead. No matter what, this wire will always connect into here, which leads into here. Ah. Why did it have to come with an alarm? Oh, that was just an actual crab. Oh god, they're face-hugger crabs! Oh, sweet baby. It seems like something ripped out the bottom of the diving suit off the person with them still in it. And it was definitely the crabs. And these are definitely like radiation suit kind of affairs, given the fact that they are... obviously use a crowbar to pry something open. I need to pry it open wider. Wire? Hammer? There's a hook or a gun component in there. God, I would love to have an actual gun. Or a flashlight. I remembered we got a chest-mounted flashlight towards the end of the last game, and it was very quite nice. And the monsters were not intended by the look of it. Oh, good god. Run, 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 run. Can I combine? No. Well, not yet. Sorry, I know I'm rambling more. That's because there are so many story beats that are going on at the same time that I'm trying to work my way through and kind of piece together what the plot of the game is supposed to be here. Because there's definitely something that the game developers have cooked up that I haven't quite cottoned on to, though I do have a couple of vague ideas. Another known that we have had to deal with before in these games is that the game does believe... Not the radiation poisoning. The radiation poisoning is important, but currently irrelevant for us. There's something else, something obvious that I think we could kind of cotton on to that I'm just not seeing quite yet. That's all cleared. That's the elevator. I mean, can't we use one of the hooks that's to the side there to grab this? I'll need to pry it open wider. So we're already using that item. We don't have another item available. It'd be really convenient if we could just use a bandsaw on the shark's head and be done with it. That wouldn't be what we need. And based off of what we're seeing here, we know that the monster arrival was sudden, given the fact that the boat crashed. And they started capturing them, which means the people were corrupted mid-flight, so to speak. The fact that Anna was killed by the creatures as well does kind of indicate that things completely got out of hand from the perspective of the cultists. Like, no matter how much control that Mother Lucia seems to want to intimate that she has, she doesn't have that control. Which is pretty important, I would say, because, like, in the first game, the cult lost control because one of the leaders of it felt betrayed and basically had an oopsie-whoopsie moment, let's say. And basically blasted his way through. Here, I suspect the story might be similar, or at least rhyme. Because we have multiple families that are aghast by what's going on because of what they had to sacrifice. Because I would assume that they weren't told that would happen, which tells me that we have reception's cleared out. Conference room is not cleared out. Second floor also not cleared out. Alright, well, we'll deal with Big Lady. I don't know. I'll have to write this down so I cease rambling about this, because I feel and I fear that things are clearer than I suspect. Oh, and that does like twice as much damage. And we can take it out now. Can we go back and kill Anna? I know we don't want to, but I'm curious, like, if we can. Never mind. That Doesn't work. So we have access to more tapes, presumably, that we'll need to utilize. Second floor appears to be dead. Oh, good God. I just realized something. We didn't check the roof. You know what? That guy got me. I honestly was not expecting a big monster lady there.
My head is reeling. What the hell is going on here? I finally got the metal door open to Anna's cell, but I got the shock of my life inside. It was Anna, all right, but not the 10-year-old I came down here with. She was a grown woman. She's my age. We look exactly alike again. How is that even possible? Something's wrong with her, though. Her skin has, like, a purple rash, and she seems out of her mind. She accused me of abandoning her in this place for 14 years. And then she locked me inside and ran off. I need to catch up with her. I've seen the awful things these monsters are doing here. Things I can't even talk about.
Well, I don't think she's bothered by the time travel, Resty. I think she's bothered by... She was cryogenically frozen for 14 years. Oh, hey, lady. Because, like, I feel traveling forward via time, both, like, forwards and backwards, via, like, meme reasons, is more of a comfortable thought than via, like, actual reasons. Like, actually moving forward with, like, no conception of it. It's like being in a coma. For some number of years. Yeah, like a fat lot of good this did 'em. But the monitor on the right... we don't know for a fact that she was moved forward, but given the fact that, like... we are the children of fate, so to speak, and we are the only ones who seem to be able to control / convene with the magical powers, it makes sense that no one would have been able to force us forward in time or backwards in time by whatever mechanism. A. B. We were experimented on, and I would somehow believe that we were... I would believe that we were somehow kind of... how do you say... No, we're not at a shotgun shot. Alright, come on, lady. I think, like, cryogenically frozen makes more sense than anything else, which is unfortunate to say. You really are, like, a poverty-stricken villain if you quite literally need a battery-operated door service. Painting of a woman aiming a bow. We have a glimpse of Secret Booba. I guess this explains why Juan was having such a... or not Juan, the other guy. The... Felipe, or whatever the hell his name, had such a hard time going through the processing plant. The painting of a woman carrying a torch. Last night, during my usual patrol, something strange happened. I was forced to use a candle and a light as a light because the batteries in my flashlight had died. As I passed the front of the painting, of a woman holding a torch in the main dining room. Something beeped and the light turned on. That's never happened before. When I walked past the other two paintings in the dining room, nothing happened. Tonight, my wife cooked chicken for stew for Anna. I'm bringing her a new book to read, Maria. So I guess there's something here about candlelight that activates that painting? A woman performing a pirouette. No, don't tell me it's a, you have to guess what the order is puzzle. Yeah, it is. I doubt it's time-based. Okay, so it's not you. Now, if I'm correct, because we got the wrong choice, you will not be lit up anymore. No. It's time-based. Alright, so it's not the pirouette. It's not the other one. It's not bow, it's not pirouette, which means it is... whatever mysterious fourth painting is. You. I'm gonna guess it turned off and hope everything's holy that it's not some other explanation. Where is the coil nail gun? What have I missed? Nothing to worry about right now. Oh, don't tell me we have to fight this guy. Metal plate eye. Metal base with an eye key pattern insert. I mean, that's not a pattern insert. It's quite literally like a plate with an actual key in it. I'm gonna guess we need a hex screw in order to remove it? And that's what we need to remove the other thing in the shark's mouth. I see now. We need... Oh, hell no. John Bioshock has returned. This is true. There's something that pains... Oh. Good God. We actually have to melee him to death. Oh, well there we go. I am quite afraid and terrified that we missed the coil nail gun. Getgood.exe? Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, it is a matter of, getting good at this point. I guess we ignore Big Lady since she is, problematic, but, I'd rather just run past you and save the additional shotgun shot on Mr. Man. You know, assuming the puzzles let me do it. I guess by doing it this way I'm abusing time a bit, but you know. The needs of Wellington are greater than the needs of the game developers. That's just a screwed up little man. Alright, hopefully 2 shotgun shells and all the nails in the world work. Though, what I think I really do want in my heart of hearts at this point is a handy dandy... what do you call it? Not Providone, but well, certainly something else. Alright, we do know that... all the nails of the King's men... what is it? All the King's horses, all the King's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again? All the King's, whatever the hell we're called, are incapable of, learning melee attacks, apparently. Oh! Oh, did we just acid him? No. Yeah, like I said, this lady's in her Leon S. Kennedy phase of her life. Yeah? No, I mean, well, think about it. This lady's fought this lady has literally fought Cthulhu. And come out of it alive. She is quite definitionally like a Giga Chad. Because there are very few video game protagonists that have gotten away with fighting Cthulhu and lived to tell the tale, which is, like, a delightfully Oh. What fought it, though? Are we going to have to go back in time to save our sister again? The actual monster was very unremarkable, but in a sense, it was a... You literally have, like... How do I say this? The title of our character, in terms of, like, D&D nonsense, would be Godslayer. Regardless of the actual, like, heftiness of the god, she still killed one. I still have the girl locked in her room, bringing her food twice a day, but she barely speaks to me. Giving her some of Abigail's books and secrets to pass the time. The other day, she surprised me by asking if she could keep one of the books, Daddy Longlegs. She's never asked for anything before. She promised to take care of it. For a moment, I didn't want to give her one of my Abigail's things, but I realized my daughter would have wanted her to have it. It was her favorite book after all. I feel very kind of sad about this whole affair. I guess it's because I'm not a monster, but, you know. Oh. Baby. Oh, no. I choose to believe everything I would have wanted from this room has already been looted. I get why no one wanted to tackle the dishes. True. Well, actually, no. We realized how not very poggers it was to be a monster based off of the experience of our sister in the first game. That messed her the whole hell of the way up, to be entirely honest. Man forging in his workshop. Is it really not this? Or do you need a different thing for each of them? Yeah, no, the Eldritch God was just big fetus monster that was chilling. That's 4. Holding an antique lamp. I struggle to think what the puzzle is here. There was a statement about having candlelight. Oh, no. I get it. No? I thought it would have been a hammer. You have to hold the item in the image. Forging. We have a hammer. I guess I need the crossbow in order to get the other thing, but I feel this makes sense. Looks so dumb. Am I safe for a minute? Can I take a minute to look at my things, please? Okay, so we're in the offices. One in there. There's 2 puzzles here. Which I only understand one. Oh, it's how to get up there, I think. Does this person have something to do with the cult? 'Cause I don't see anything about the cult. Does this person have something to do with the cult? 'Cause I don't see anything about the cult. 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 It's all organizational chart of professionals. Oh my god. Faith is a powerful thing. Since members of the sect have begun to doubt and lose faith since the Wildberger sisters arrived, Nautilus's malevolent energy has infected and corrupted everything in its proximity. Noah's research has helped to counter the effects partially, but we can't help everyone. Only the most faithful will be spared. I convinced the sect that Nautilus has been angered and demanded a show of faith, the sacrifice of their firstborn. She can't be all bad. Surprisingly, not only does restore their faith, but they also offer their children great joy. Faith is a powerful thing. So, there is us arriving here, causes the Eldritch Gods to activate, because we are a creature or a thing. Person was stabbed in the back, they never saw it coming, the knife looks familiar. That is what we use to stab woman's eye. Presumably, this deity right there is Nautilus. I'm really beginning to dislike the enemy design of this game, of like you're in a room and then suddenly like two cult people kind of arrive. I find it more than a little contrived. Its insert is missing. No, not every Resi. Nor in like every significant room either. Oh, granted, this is more of a problem now because I didn't discover a weapon. So I don't have ammo. It's really the lack of ammo that I find problematic. Because it took longer for enemies to respawn in the first game, is what I'm kind of comparing it to. Yeah, there are rooms that we've cleared out that have more enemies come in, and we don't get ammo drops. We would have another weapon in play, but I missed it in the mall, I suspect. So I almost feel like I want to go back and figure out what to do there. Hello, Scarlet. I hope you're having a good day. Which I would, but we can't leave the building because of the front door. Well, thank you for the compliment. I enjoy these games too. I always enjoy a good game in the genre of we have Resident Evil at home, and I think, honestly, this game does the best of it. And honestly, I play whatever catches my fancy. I enjoy horror, I enjoy strategy, I enjoy most everything when it comes to the video gaming world. But that's the door to get to the dining room. Decontamination office, decontamination, we haven't been able to get to yet. I'm gonna guess we need the video or cassette tape for that. Nice. The only game on that list that I haven't really introduced myself too much to is Dead by Daylight. No, I work. Somewhat long hours, so I stream when I can. I certainly can't stream 8 hours on most days. Nice. I am from the good old US of A. Heard lovely things about Italy. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of plot in Dead by Daylight, but it has... It seems to be like you get a little bit every now and again as part of like info drops. And I've been streaming off and on for streaming off and on since like 2015. I started streaming more in like, I don't know, 2021, though I have been making internet content for a very long time. Yeah. I would believe that, Rusty. The issue with that is you need a supportive community for that, which I would imagine a PvP game isn't the style that you would have conducive for that, which is unfortunate. A friend of mine was talking about playing Atlas Trials, which is similar, but it's PvE entirely. So players are nice about helping and stuff. And no, I do streaming because I enjoy it, so there's no particular goals that I have. Yeah, I know that feeling very well. I have played Baldur's Gate 3. I think it's a lovely game, though I haven't spent as much time with it as I should. Granted, I am just eternally stuck in the middle of Act 3 that I just need to finish so I can claim that I've beat the game at least once. But, as the French say, que sera, sera. I like Karlak. Carla. She is a sweetheart. Shadowheart is interesting as well, especially when you get her into the full character development part of her thing. Good luck with food. Speaking of which, we've been going 8 hours. I think we call it here. For the VOD, I thank everybody for joining. We will be back another time with this.